welcome you all to our seminar on peace implementation strategies, also in connection with the war in Ukraine. And maybe we will just give you some information about how we came up with the seminar. So I guess most of you know that this seminar was organized by our course of global change management, where right now we are having a module about implementation strategies, change strategies, and quickly after the war broke out in February, the end of February, we realized that peace is also a very important issue that we have not been dealing with so far in our studies, and that we wanted to include, because I guess most of us are quite used to living in peaceful times and did not have to deal with this issue so far. And now unfortunately we do need to. And we were or are still quite eager to learn about strategy for implementation of peace also on a global level. And therefore we reached out to quite different experts from different fields. And we are very happy to have many of them with us. And I think now we would guide you through our program for the day real quick through the schedule, because we'll have quite some time, and we also hope that we will be able to interact with you as the audience, which is quite important, so that we can have a kind of lively exchange on the topic. So first of all, we have Mr. Dembinski, who will start in just a few minutes. He's a peace researcher from the Peace Research Institute in Frankfurt, and he will give us some insights about the general topic on peace. What is peace, and why is peace important, and what are certain strategies for achieving one point like that. And afterwards, we have Mr. Zollmann from Newcastle University, who will give us input about the media, how the media is functioning during times of war, what the role is of the media, what can maybe also be criticized on that, and how to deal with the media in times of war. And after the two are done, we will have a quick Q&A, then a short break, and then we will move over to the next blog, where we have Maria Maldonado from the Institute for Economics and Peace, who will also be here present shortly. She will talk more about the civil society aspect of peace, how civil society can be included in the kind of endeavors for peace, how civil society as an actor can act, and what are maybe also certain limits to it. And we'll talk to us about the concept of framework of positive peace. And afterwards, we are very happy to have three of our colleagues from Ukraine here, who will talk to us about their certain experiences with the war in Ukraine. Also, we will then start slowly to move from a rather objective view of peace implementation and peace frameworks to the context in Ukraine, and we'll try to get an insight of course what is happening, but I guess most of us know kind of the rough happening of things there, and then we want to implement the ideas that we were talking about earlier. And then we will also have a quick Q&A. And in our third block, we will have Mr. Gunther from FU Berlin, who will give some input on the historical background of Eastern Europe and Ukraine and Russia, kind of where we could maybe look for origins of this war. And then we will have Mrs. Revesz, who will kind of try to move to a rather global level and talk about how this war is actually shaping power dynamics worldwide, and what are certain implementations for the global level
also talking about a global dichotomy between democracies and you could say dictatorships, or East and West. And finally, at the end, we plan to have a panel discussion where we hope that we can all together try to talk about certain issues also in connection with Ukraine, but more on that later. So yeah, we hope that we can start now with Mr. Dembinski. Can you share your screen?
I don't have a presentation, so we'll just give a lecture. And just well, so there's no necessity probably to share my screen. Shall I start?
Yes, you can start. We're ready.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you, even if not present, but still somehow connected to you. Yuri asked me to talk a little bit about peace research, where it came from, what it is, what it's doing, major findings of peace research, and how peace research, how peace research and the future of peace research looks in the light of this war in Ukraine. And that's what I will do in the next 20 or so minutes, and maybe there's time afterwards for a short Q&A. Unfortunately, I have to leave after this session. Okay, so Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine does not only undermine what had been left of the European peace and security order, it also challenges core assumptions of peace research. The war thus commits us to reflect on the state of the art and the discipline's future direction. Now, the origins of peace research go back to the interwar period, or even the period before World War I, when individuals, some of them rather rich, became interested in the subject, and first chairs in peace research were established at North American and European universities. I think one of the first chairs was actually created at the University of Aberystwyth in Wales. Andrew Carnegie created his famous Endowment for International Peace already in 1910. And he was a representative of a generation of entrepreneurs and scholars like Norman Angell, who believed that war had become too costly and that war should and could be banned. Now, after the horrors of the Second World War, peace research witnessed a kind of renaissance, and major institutes were established in the United States, such as the US Institute for Peace or the Kroc Institute at the University of Notre Dame. But also in Scandinavian countries, the Peace Research Institute Oslo should be mentioned here, as well as SIPRI, the Peace Research Institute, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. And in the early 70s, also in Germany, among others, the Peace Research Institute in Frankfurt, where I work. Now, the first generation of peace researchers tried to create scientific knowledge on the phenomenon of war. And one of the pioneers of this early research was Louis Fry Richardson, who spent years collecting data on wars and on violent struggles. And the famous Correlates of War project at the University of Michigan and the Uppsala Conflict Data Project continues this kind of work till today. So if you're interested in learning more about wars, civil wars, unrest, one-sided violence, you should definitely visit the homepage of the Uppsala Conflict Data Project, UCDP. They have excellent data. Now, in the 1960s and 70s, a second generation of peace researchers set out by asking more fundamental questions regarding the concept of peace itself. Now, the community agreed that peace is more than the absence of war, but they disagreed what this war is. A guy named Johann Galtung, and I've I'm not sure whether you have heard of him, but he's very famous in peace research. He became famous for having introduced the distinction between personal and structural violence and negative and positive peace. Now, according to him, even if people are not physically harmed, the structural violence may exist when the societal conditions hurt this person. In his own words, when the societal circumstances in which people find themselves prevent them from their potential fulfillment. Negative peace is thus the absence of physical violence, and positive peace is the absence of structural violence, or a societal situation where the actual fulfillment of most people comes close to their potential fulfillment. Now, other scholars argue that this definition of peace bursts all limits, that it evades all attempts to operationalize the term peace, and directs attention away from studying the core issue of organized physical violence between collective identities, and that is either interstate war, civil war, or intrastate war. Now, these scholars argue that the above-mentioned more in the peace is in the peace is more than the absence of war formula should be put differently. And Ernst Otto Czempel, the German founder of modern peace research, proposed the concept of peace as a process of declining physical violence and increasing justice. Others were even more modest or realistic and argued that peace should be understood as a process where actors increasingly trust that physical violence will not be used as a means to pursue political aims. Now, following this back to basics trend, peace research again focused on different aspects of physical violence like civil wars, intervention, terrorism, the nexus between ecological degradation and organized violence, as well as the means of violence like arms races and arms control. And important contributions, at least in my view, are the discovery of the security dilemma, a very important concept. John Vasquez Steps to War project, where he shows that states, when states get themselves entangled in war, they usually follow typical path towards war. There's James Fearon's work on private information as a causal mechanism that links insecurity and war. The introduction of insights from psychology and organization theory into the study of war, or the numerous quantitative studies on civil wars and on the effects of interventions like peacekeeping on the intensity and duration of such wars. Now, in light of the ongoing war in Ukraine, two key findings of peace research deserve particular attention. The first key finding concerns the proposition that the world is becoming an ever better and more peaceful place. Now, numerous empirical assessments of long-term historical trends do indeed indicate a decline of interstate and intrastate wars, of the number of fatalities of such wars, and of interpersonal violence more generally. And here, Steven Pinker's seminal book on the better angels of ourselves stands out, but it's only one expression of the much broader strand of research in this field. Now, building on Norbert Elias' work, Norbert Elias was a German philosopher and sociologist. Building on Norbert Elias' work, he discovered a long-term process of civilization that is characterized by declining levels of violence in the educational systems of most states, in the penalty systems, but also in political conduct among states. And his research links in a certain way with detailed empirical studies on organized violence, which also show a decline of interstate wars and after a peak in the late 1980s, also of intrastate or civil wars. A second proposition is that political actors, decision makers, are able to spur this civilizational process along. Now, the concept of peace strategies is based on the assumption that science is able to uncover the causes of peace and that decision makers may use these insights to organize peace. Researchers come up with 4 different peace strategies, and I will mention them briefly. The first rests on international organizations and international law, and has been popular in particular among peace researchers during the interwar period. The basic idea is simple. International organizations like the League of Nations and international law will transform the anarchical character of the international system so that the international systems becomes more like domestic systems. International organizations will mitigate the security dilemma, and international law will create a peaceful alternative to violent conflict resolution. Now, after the collapse of the League of Nations and after the Second World War, this idea did not die. It returned in the form of functionalism and neo-functionalism, in the form of regime theories, and in the form of other institutional theories. A second peace strategy focuses on the effects of trade and economic exchange. As mentioned, the roots of these theories also go back to the interwar or even to the pre-war period, that is a period before World War I. Again, the basic idea is simple. If states trade among each other, they will not fight, because disruptions of trade are costly and in nobody's interest. Now, this theory has been reframed recently as a capitalist peace. And its proponents show that levels of economic exchange and foreign direct investment in particular are negatively correlated with the probability of war. A third strategy emphasizes the effects of communication and shared norms. Increased levels of communications will lead to a better understanding, or maybe even an alignment of norms, and will lead over time to a kind of a we feeling and a common identity among participants of such security communities. And here Karl Deutsch and his colleagues stand out as pioneers in this field. A fourth strategy builds on the effects of shared democracy. Now there's a very, very extensive quantitative and qualitative research out there on the so-called democratic peace. And this research demonstrates, it shows empirically, that democracies do not fight each other. So there are no wars, or almost no wars, among democracies. In contrast, the relationship between democracies and autocracies is characterized by surprisingly high levels of violence. Now, and built on these insights, Western states have increased their investment in democratization policies, as this will not only strengthen the liberal norm, but will also broaden the foundations of international peace. The war in Russia, and now I come to the main point of this talk. The war in Russia shatters both propositions. Now, the first optimistic view that the world is becoming a more peaceful place is undermined because the numbers on which this view is built are difficult to interpret, and because the numbers of interstate wars have been relatively low. Now, a large-scale and highly destructive war may change the overall picture. And let me just remind you that we saw an interstate war in last year, the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And this year we have this war between Russia and Ukraine. And those two wars alone mark a significant increase in the number of interstate wars. So to put it differently, I mean, the decades before 1914 had also been a long period without major interstate wars. And with the war now in Ukraine, it's even more difficult than before to ascertain that we are not in a situation similar to the one in which Andrew Carnegie and Norman Angell lived. And again, Norman Angell became famous for putting out a first book on the impossibility of war because of increasing trade, or we would call that because of increasing globalization. Now, related to this, the second optimistic proposition that states can embark on pathways to peace has also been shattered because Russia has been a showcase for 3 or even for all 4 peace strategies. After 1990, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia and the West united in the vision of a Europe whole and free. And they also created a dense web of regional and global institutions. They transformed the former Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe into an organization, the OSCE, with wide-ranging competences. And they admitted Russia to the Council of Europe, and they included Russia in the G7. The European Union developed very, very close relations with Russia, and even NATO invented the famous NATO-Russia Council in order to give Russia a voice within the alliance. So there was a very dense set of international institutions. Trade relations between Russia and the West also deepened. Before 1990, the Soviet Union and the Comecon, the economic organization of the Warsaw Pact, they were basically separate economic worlds with very, very little exchange with the capitalist West. Now, after 1990, Russia has become integrated in the world economy, and levels of trade and direct foreign investment increased significantly. And reflecting this trend, Russia even joined the World Trade Organization in 2012. Communicative networks between Russia and the West also developed after 1990. Just think about the amount of travel, of exchange programs. We have dialogue forums such as the Petersburg Dialogue across the whole of Europe, and also the exchange between the growing Russian expat communities and Russians in Russia increased significantly. So there were the dense communicative networks. So we knew what was going on in Russia, and the Russians knew what was going on here in Western Europe. Now, the fourth peace strategy, which rests on shared democracy, that was a little bit shaky from the beginning on. I mean, Russia promised to return to Europe or return to civilization and to become democratic itself, but there was a kind of a shaky process from the beginning on, and Putin's authoritarian turn increasingly undermined the foundations of these four peace strategies. However, most peace researchers believed that these four peace strategies or pillars of peace work independently from each other. This is obvious with regard, for example, to the capitalist peace, whose proponents argue explicitly that economic exchange and foreign direct investments create peace also among states with very different political systems. But it also holds for the peace through institutions and the peace through communication strategies. Now, the war in Russia destroys this key assumption. Economic interdependence, common institutions, and communication did not prevent the escalation of conflicts and the outbreak of this war. Without shared democracy, the other three strategies did not lead to a stable peace. And this, of course, is a major problem for political decision makers, but also for peace research. Now, what does this war then mean for peace research? And I actually see two or three trends. First is, of course, that the optimism of the past 2 decades is gone, and that peace research will have to take the possibility of war as a means of conflict resolution into account. Secondly, the finding that Russia went to war despite high levels of trade, common institutions, and high levels of communications. That Russia went to war nevertheless, because this is a common, or it's a widely shared assumption, because Russia turned increasingly authoritarian. This finding, of course, directs our attention towards these very critical relations between democracies and autocracies, and creates the assumption that Western democracies should also shield themselves against possible threats emanating from other authoritarian countries as well. And these third conclusion is probably that instead of focusing on peace strategies that assume an ever closer relationship among states, future strategies must be much more modest, at least in the relationship between democracies and a growing numbers of autocracies. Civilized dissociation and coexistence is probably the best that we can achieve. So there is still, I think that there's still a major objectives, major tasks for peace research, but I think that this war in Ukraine has the potential to change the future and the direction of our disciplines. Thanks a lot. And I hope that we still have time for a couple of questions, and I'm more than happy to answer them.
Can you hear me? No,
yep.
The mic. Yeah. Hello. So thank you, Dr. Dembinski. We were wondering, actually, because we have another speaker lined up for after your presentation, and then a short Q&A planned. And we were wondering if it would be possible for you to stay for another, let's say, 30 minutes or so for the presentation, and then a Q&A? Or if you were to take the questions now.
Unfortunately, I have to rush. So I guess I'll have to go. I have a couple of more minutes, but then I guess I have to leave. Sorry.
Okay. Then we can definitely try to alter the plan a little bit and take some questions now. We have quite a few people actually here in the auditorium. I'm not sure if you can see all of them in the camera, but it's nice faces here, and also quite a few people online. So we'll try to take a mix of questions from the audience here, as well as some questions online. So if you have questions in the online space, feel free to raise your hand in the Zoom function. That way we see you, and I will call on you, and you'll be able to actually ask the question in person. If you feel more comfortable writing in the chat, we also have people monitoring the chat to see if there are some nice questions coming from there. But if there's nothing from the online space, I would also like to open the floor to the auditorium here. If there are any questions, feel free to just raise your hand, and I'll use my eyes to see you.
Question?
Yes. Please.
Dr. Dembinski, thank you for your very interesting presentation and your very applicable points relating to making the law. My question is, was it possible to predict the war in Ukraine using theory of peacemaking? For example, was it possible to see the steps of preparation of the war in order to prevent?
Did you hear the question, Professor Dembinski?
No, the audio is too bad. I didn't get that. Maybe you can repeat.
Yes, no problem. I can repeat it. The question was basically, according to the peace research, and from your opinion, was it possible to predict the war in Ukraine, to see the steps of the preparation for the war, and in this situation, then also in some way prevent it?
That's a major debate, not only among peace researchers, it's debate among political scientists more generally. And there are basically two views. One view is that, well, let me put this differently. I mean, I think most people actually agree that, or they agreed before the war, that the situation with Russia is becoming increasingly unstable. I mean, we had 2014, that was actually a game changer and a major game changer because Russia violated international law in a very fundamental way by just annexing the Crimea. So we knew that the relationship was on very, very shaky grounds, that there was no reason whatsoever to trust Putin, and that we should be very, very careful. And NATO, for example, reacted by putting much more emphasis on collective defense. Now, the important question is, could this war have been prevented? And well, it's a very, very hypothetical question. So I don't know a definite answer. We can speculate here. And if you look at the academic, but also the public debate, you find basically two answers to this. The first answer is that we in NATO should have pursued a much more aggressive policy towards Russia. We should have accepted Ukraine into NATO already in 2008, when this famous Bucharest deal took place. So that's one of the answers. Another answer is, and this is, for example, an answer that you hear that is very popular among certain American realists like John Mersheimer. They argue that the West should have accommodated Russia. So we should have been, they also go back to this 2008 Bucharest summit when NATO promised to admit Ukraine and Georgia, but did not tell when they will join NATO. And they argue that this was a provocation, and it was also a very stupid provocation. It was a provocation because NATO went into the area that Russia defined as its zone of influence. And they also argue that, well, great powers have of course naturally an interest in zones of influence, and they have a certain right to zones of influence. So this was a major mistake, and it was a blunder and stupid, because admitting those countries and not naming a date is, of course, not a good strategy, to put it this way. So we speculate. My personal view is that my personal view is that I do not understand Putin really. I mean, I do not understand why he started this kind of war. It was obviously based on two false assumptions. The first assumption was that the Zelensky government is corrupt, that nobody in Ukraine likes the Zelensky government, and that the Russians, when they enter the country, the Russian soldiers, they will be welcomed as liberators, at least among the Russian-speaking population. And this, of course, turned out to be a major mistake. And the second mistake was that the Russians always told themselves somehow that the West is a kind of a spent force, that the power of the West is declining, that history is with the East, with Russia and China, and that the West will not be able to organize a sustained and united front and resist this kind of aggression by imposing sanctions. And so Putin, in a certain way, became the victim of his own false assumptions. And my feeling is also that by having spent 2 years or even more in more or less self-imposed isolation, he didn't calculate things as he did before. So, to cut a long story short, I mean, there are obviously factors involved in this decision that we do not know yet, really. And so the question whether this war could have been prevented or not, I think that's an open one.
Thank you very much. We also have a question in the chat. I'm looking around again in the auditorium, see if there's any other people that would like to ask a question. But we also have a question in the chat that's asking if you could shortly elaborate on the NATO-Russian Council. So sort of the timeline also, when was it active? How did this process go exactly? If you could shortly elaborate on that. And then I think we would question after that.
Yeah. I mean, NATO and the Western countries, they in the 1990s, they were confronted with the dilemma. They knew that Russia is the most important player in this post-Cold War world. And they were very much interested in kind of constructive, fruitful relations with Russia, with Russia, and they didn't want to alienate Russia. So that was one of the major aims of post-Cold War Western policy. The other aim was that everybody knew that the whole Eastern European region is not necessarily a very stable place, and that they were looking for strategies that would help the West to stabilize this kind of region in an economic sense, but also in a political sense. The European Union, as it turned out in the 1990s, was not in a position to enlarge itself. And so the Americans came up with the idea that it might be possible to turn NATO into a kind of stabilizing force that would help to stabilize this whole region. So there was, from the beginning on, there was a dilemma between helping Eastern European states and not alienating Russia. The Russians were opposed to NATO extension from the beginning on. And NATO invented then two strategies that might mitigate this dilemma or solve this dilemma in a certain way. Firstly, they argued, or they promised Russia, that NATO would only extend its political structures and not its military structures. And this, in essence, is the major function of what's called the NATO-Russia Founding Act. I think this goes back to 1997, where NATO promised not to deploy nuclear weapons and what they called substantial combat forces in the new member states. And the second element of this compromise was the mentioned NATO-Russia Council. This also goes back to the first wave of NATO enlargements, and this council then was reinforced in the connection of the second wave of enlargements. And the idea was basically to give Russia a voice within NATO. So Russia, in a certain way, would become a kind of a semi-member of NATO itself. And in the beginning, this worked rather well. I mean, the Russians created a huge permanent representative at NATO's headquarters and had voice like all other states. Unfortunately, I don't know if unfortunately, the fact is, of course, that Russia did not have voice over the most important issues, namely future NATO extensions. And this created a lot of mistrust, misunderstanding from the beginning on, and this kind of misunderstanding and mistrust that accumulated led in 2007 to this famous speech of Vladimir Putin at the Munich Security Conference. And I think the point where it all went backward was the 2008 Bucharest summit. I'm sorry that I'm too long, but yeah.
Thank you very much. I think, as I said, if there's another question, either from the auditorium here or in the chat, we would be happy to take it. But also, I know we've taken already quite a lot of your time, and we thank you very much. And I will look one more time around the room. Chat. If not, once again, thank you very much for the fascinating historical perspective and also an introduction to peace studies and to positive peace. I think it's providing a very nice framework for the rest of our day today. And with that, I would like to hand over the word to Dr. Florian Zollmann from the Newcastle University. He's a lecturer in journalism, and he will give a perspective on the role of the media, as Yuliia already explained. And without further ado, I would like to hand over the word to Dr. Zollmann.
Hello, can you hear me? Just to ask.
Wonderful, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, just to say, yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. This looks really like a fascinating seminar you put together, and I'm really thankful for the invitation. Yeah, we discussed what the topics of the presentation. I understood from you asked me to look more broadly at the role of the news media during times of war. So in this presentation, I will look more generally at how the news media in the Western context, the German, but I'm also looking at the Anglo-American news media because I'm based in the UK, how they reported a range of past wars, and I will connect that in some instances also, of course, to the media reporting of the current war in the Ukraine. But as we discussed, I'll more broadly look at the general picture. And I think that's quite important to understand how the news media looks at Ukraine. We also want to look at other conflicts and compare that. So I just wanted to say as a start to the colleagues from the Ukraine, specifically that I'm going to compare in some parts of my presentation how news media in Germany reported on the Ukraine war and with how they reported on earlier wars. And I just want to say, I know this is very sensitive, but I think it's important to do these kind of comparisons to get an idea of what's also wrong with our media, if you like. But this is by no means intended to relativize the atrocities and the grotesque crimes happening in the Ukraine. I just want to say that. But I think it's also important. I'm a scholar from Germany, but I'm working, of course, in the UK. It's to look at the contributions of our countries to this conflict, and the media, I think, plays an important role there. And I want to reflect on that. So as I said, I want to look critically at our media system and also linking that to war reporting. And I suppose there's one thing, my presentation might be different from the earlier one, which has some interesting connection points, that I think Mr. Dembinski said that large-scale, highly destructive wars started with a war in the Ukraine, or I understood he alluded to that. But I think there are many other large-scale, highly destructive wars that came before, which were actually waged by democracies, by our allies. And I will look at how the media reported some of those as well. But I want to start, coming from the UK, I want to start with a look at our media and culture, if you like. And this is the book Animal Farm by George Orwell, an important British novelist, who you might know from this book or from his other book, 1984. And Animal Farm is a satiric novel which is really critical about Stalinist Russia. And Orwell was a sharp critique of authoritarianism, especially in the former Soviet Union. And I suppose if you look at Animal Farms, what Orwell depicts there, some of the issues there might resonate with what's going on in Russia today and the authoritarian tendencies we see there. But Orwell, he was an astute commentator also on our societies. And in 1971, 30 years after Animal Farm was published, an essay called The Freedom of the Press was discovered, and scholars found out that this had been intended as a foreword to Animal Farm, but it was never published as a foreword, and we don't know why. But in this essay, Orwell also commented on our press, if you like, and he said, the sinister fact about literary censorship in England is that it's largely voluntary. Unpopular ideas can be silenced and inconvenient facts kept dark without the need for an official ban. So far as the daily newspapers go, this is easy to understand. The British press is extremely centralized, and most of it is owned by wealthy men who have every motive to be dishonest on certain important topics. So this was a very brief remark, written presumably before Animal Farm came out in 1945, but it very critically reflected on our media that is formally free, is not authoritarian, but also might have some issues, if you like. He linked that to ownership. And of course, if you look at the media today, most of the commercial news media is highly centralized and concentrated in the hand of a few mega corporations or wealthy owners. And, you know, we might live in a world where there are some similar issues as envisioned by Orwell. And I want to show you some examples from war reporting about how we could understand this further, how certain issues are also silenced in our context. So I'm sure you heard that Putin has enforced a media law in Russia with his invasion of the Ukraine that criminalizes the description of Russian actions in the Ukraine as either an invasion, attack, or war. And I believe also to use the term aggression might be a part of the criminalization as well. And this is certainly an authoritarian censorship policy, of course, that has been enforced in Russia. But there are, I suppose, similar things that have been going on in our context without censorship. So if you look at the media reporting of the Vietnam War in the 1960s, studies suggest that US actions in Vietnam also were not really discussed as attacks, invasions, or aggression. They were mainly framed with benevolent intention, and no official censorship ban needed to be enforced in the Vietnam War. So there was something else going on, explaining why the media and also the intellectual establishment didn't refer to the Vietnam War, which was also a large-scale, highly destructive war, why they didn't refer to it as an attack, invasion, or aggression. Similarly, coming to the German context, you might also know that German political officials depicted actions in Afghanistan in post-2001 as part of the war on terror as a deployment rather than using the term war, conducted for our safety and to bring peace in the framework of peacekeeping. And again, this terminology might suggest a certain framework of what's going on there and could also be seen as ideological. Interestingly, you might know that in the 1980s, the former Soviet Union also invaded Afghanistan and occupied it for about 10 years. The Soviet media at the time, media like Pravda, also depicted the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan as a peacekeeping operation with the aim of bringing security to the region and homeland. So I guess the point I want to make is that formally free news media system can come up with quite a similar frameworks of explaining certain military invasions that might amount to aggression, but which are labeled differently. And this could be a result of direct censorship, authoritarian mechanisms like in the case of Russia today, but also it might be that there are other mechanisms that lead to a similar result, if you like. So I also want to link this a bit to the Afghanistan war, if you like. I think we have the notion that we are a benevolent force in the world, and with we, I mean the NATO-led system, Germany and the United States of America, but just to bear in mind that the global war on terror, which started in 2001, is currently waged in 76 countries, which is 39% of the planet, such as Syria, Iraq, Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, and Libya, and other countries. And you see that many of those theaters led by the United States of America are actually in resource-rich region. And it could be argued that these are part of a hegemonic project. So I think the assumption that democracies don't wage war against other democracies might be correct, but certainly in democracies, if you think America is a democracy, they wage war against other countries quite substantially. In terms of the effects of the war on terror, just to frame this, according to the Watson Institute for International Public Affairs at Brown University, about 240,000 people have been killed in the Afghanistan and Pakistan war zones since 2001, 71,000 of those civilians. So this was a bit of a kind of an icebreaker, critically looking at some aspects of the media. I just want to quickly look at the function of the media and journalism in democracy, and then I look at some further case studies of war reporting. So I do this a bit quicker. So the liberal kind of background, if you look at liberal theorists like John Stuart Mill, they assert that the liberty of the press was one of the securities against corrupt or tyrannical governments. And that, I suppose, the assumption is that in a society, you need a free press to scrutinize the powerful, the government. So it's basically, I suppose, the idea that the media is a watchdog of the government, checking and balancing it. And I suppose that's at the heart of a liberal tradition. Some journalists like Martha Gellhorn, they say her task is to report from the ground up, not the other way around, meaning that journalism happens in the public interest. You go to the community, you report how the communities are affected rather than just going to elites and asking them about their viewpoints. So Kovacs and Rosenstiel, they identified some clear principles that journalists agree to and that citizens have a right to expect: commitment to truth and verification, loyalty to citizens, and an obligation to serve as an independent monitor of power. And I guess this notion of an independent monitor of power goes back to what goes back to what John Stuart Mill had to say about the role of the media as well. So broadly speaking, in liberal democracy, you could say that the function of journalism is to provide a broad range of debate and sources in accord with different viewpoints in society. That's referred to as objectivity in the news. Critically check and balance the powerful, provide a truthful picture of event, meaning being accurate, balanced, and proportionate in reflecting events, and behaving like a mirror of force state or watchdog of the powerful. Of course, there are different, variations of that in different country contexts, and there have been changes over time, but that's a very broad nutshell picture, if you like. Now, it turns out that if you look at how the news media in the US, UK, but also Germany, how they reported on our wars or wars with, which were launched by allied countries, they often don't fulfill those ideals, unfortunately. So I just want to show you 2 or 3 examples if I still have time. Do let me know if I'm not okay time-wise, please. I try to do this a bit more quickly. So I want to briefly start with the Vietnam War, because that war is an interesting case study to get an idea of how the news media in liberal democracies and free countries, if you want to use that term, function. So the Vietnam War was in the 1960s, and basically this study by Daniel Helen is about how the American news media reported the war. At the time, television was a new technology, and it was really hyped in a way that television would have brought the war home, so to speak, and would have had an impact on the war. And so the role of television was very important. I think we can make a connection to social media there. Nowadays, it's claimed that social media is really important, but I think that this can be overstated. And if you look at that study here during the Vietnam War, the role of television was also overstated, but I'll come to that. So Helen wanted to know how the news media reported the war, also in relation to how the American administration, various elites, and the anti-war movement, the so-called hippie movement, and the public aligned to that war. And I just present you a very broad overview here, very briefly. But what is important is that there's often the claim that the television provided quite powerful pictures about the war, showing atrocities, showing American losses, and that this would have contributed to ending the war because the public was so well informed. And this picture, I suppose, is tackled by Helen, who kind of refutes that assumption, if you like. And I'll just want to give you a brief idea of what he found out. So Helen looked at the New York Times and major television news channels in the US. The New York Times, the world's leading newspaper, you could say. And what he found very broadly is that when America went to war, basically they went into South Vietnam officially to support South Vietnam against North Vietnam. When America went in with a large amount of forces, you could say a large-scale invasion as well, the media in the first phase, roughly between 1961 and 1968, was very supportive to the administration. So they were quite patriotic. They supported the argument that the US was in Vietnam to defend the South against the communist North, and that troops had to stay. Now in 1968, there was an event called the Tet Offensive, and there were a lot of quite high casualty defeats for the American side. And at that point in time, the media became more critical of the American president and administration. So this critical reporting is often said to be an example of a kind of watchdog press, if you like, in the sense of the standards I described earlier on. But what Helen found out was that actually the media turned critically only because British political and business elites also became critical of the war and started supporting a withdrawal. So that was the main finding, that the media wasn't intrinsically critical, but it became critical when other political factions in Congress also became critical, because the media tends to rely on political officials as sources very heavily, and that was then also reported in the news, if you like. Now, what's important is that the media was critical, but only to a certain extent. So it was very critical about the military tactics that were used, and those kind of questions, but it didn't really question the moral or legal aspects of the war. So the media didn't really question whether the war might have been aggression, like the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, whether it might have been in violation of international law or those kind of issues. And I suppose that's important to keep in mind if we look at other cases as well, that political officials tend to have a big impact on how the media reports, quite differently than we would expect in a free democracy, if you like. Now, I skipped that slide because of the time. So Helen concluded that there was a close connection between the modern media and government. The range of political discussion in the press is usually restricted to the policy alternatives being debated in Washington, meaning that if both political parties in Washington agree on an issue, the media reflect that, especially if it, in times of war and foreign policy. If there's a disagreement between, say, Democratic and Republican politicians, the media will reflect that criticism and looking more adversarial, if you like. But to what extent that this really is, to what extent this might really constitute an independent press is debatable, I suppose. Now, similar findings were also produced in a study by Christiane Eilders and Albrecht Lüther, who looked at how 5 leading German national newspapers reported Germany's participation in the 1999 NATO intervention in the Kosovo War. So Eilders and Lüther found that there was a media discourse that showed a high degree of approval towards the war across the newspaper spectrum and reflected the consensus of government and opposition. Only a few voices challenged the legitimacy of the first military action in German post-war history, and not even the violation of international law was prominently debated. Because if you look at international law, the Kosovo intervention by NATO was in violation of international law, and thus also constituted aggression in the same way as the Russian invasion of the Ukraine is aggression. But this issue was really downplayed or neglected in the media, if you like, as indicated by this study here. So there was criticism in the media, but this was procedural, like in the Vietnam War reporting. It was about successes and losses, collateral damage and those kind of things, but it wasn't really going to the kind of substance of the issue and questions about, say, international legal legitimacy and things like that. So Eilders and Lüther, they also wrote that opposition media appear to not exist. Commitment to watchdog ideal is sacrificed. And well, just to highlight then here also, of course, that this was a NATO war, and the legal implications are quite significant, just to mention that. So I could look at a range of other wars, but I know that we don't have so much time. So I just wanted to show you a quick pilot study comparing how the German magazine Der Spiegel reported on Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, as well as the United States invasion of Iraq in 2003, just to give you an idea of how the media handles invasions and I suppose in different forms. So what is important is that both invasions involved full-scale military incursions and were conducted in violation of international law, the United Nations Charter. I suppose in terms of Russia, the previous speaker mentioned this already, I think, in his talk, but certainly the Iraq war was also a major invasion and clearly in violation of the United Nations Charter as well. And both events, of course, had significant civilian combatant killings, while the invading forces, the Russian invaders in Ukraine, as well as the American and the coalition invasion of Iraq, they used force indiscriminately as well, conducting potential war crimes, as suggested by groups like Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch. So what I want to do is very briefly, because we don't have much time, look at some keywords that are used that may signify violations of international law or nefarious intent, looking at the first 4 weeks after each of those invasions started. And keywords are understood as indicators to assess the framing and reporting standards, how this war is understood. Is it understood in benign terms or in nefarious terms, if you like? And I'll just do this briefly. So what you could see is that in the Ukraine case, Der Spiegel, in the first 4 weeks, at least after the invasion, used associations like aggression, war of aggression, siege, or like nefarious siege, like Überfall in German, more significantly, like 4 times more often than in Iraq. And I suppose this just gives an indication that there is quite a difference in the framing. And my argument is that the reason why we see this difference is that, of course, the Iraq invasion was conducted by our allies, the United States of America and the coalition, whereas the Ukraine invasion was conducted by an enemy country, Russia. And this is one, I suppose, a major variable that might explain the difference in the use of words. I suppose this is a bit of a crude technique here, and you should take this with a grain of salt. This is a small-scale study. I've just started it, so we can't make broader claims really about that. But I think it's nonetheless interesting to see that I suppose in the case of the Iraq invasion, it seems that the military aspect of the invasion is highlighted more so, whereas in the Ukraine case, the kind of violation of international law, the nefarious aspects are more highlighted, if that makes sense. And that's indicated by the use of these keywords, if you like. Just to show you quickly how that turns out. So if you look at the Iraq war reporting, terms like aggression, they are cursorily included. For example, here further down in the news story, in the story, in an in-depth feature story, but aggression is said to have said by Indonesian President Megawati. So journalists would not really use that term to describe the invasion. Although we would later see that readers' letters coming into Der Spiegel, they would actually highlight this more often, I suppose, which was also interesting. Whereas if you look at the Ukraine case, you can see that the journalists themselves use this term aggression or Überfall or violation of international law in their own voice as well, which they haven't done so often in the Iraq case. And of course, it's probably right to do that as a journalist. I mean, I would say certainly this is aggression, the invasion of the Ukraine. But the interesting fact is that why is that same framework not used in the reporting of the Iraq war? And you can see this here as well in a leading editorial in Der Spiegel. Again, they use the terminology here just as an example. So I guess in conclusion, you could say that both these invasions were quite similar in terms of the legal context, the implications, the military destruction, and also the civilian suffering, but the outcome was quite different. Now, there are different factors that might explain how the news reports. I don't want to go through them, but we can discuss them in the Q&A if you have any questions about them. Just to quickly ask, how much time do I have left? Sorry.
So I would say we'll have another 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll just want to stop then. I mean, we can talk about those factors that influence the news later if you want. I just want to briefly talk about the, I suppose, hypothesis about media reporting of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So, and then I'll stop, maybe also worth to debate that. So I would say, and these are hypotheses because obviously research is still ongoing about this and we can't come up with a definitive conclusion. So again, these are just suggestions based on my own reading of the kind of media, and it's not based on any definitive study I have done. So I would certainly say that the news media has done a good job critically reporting on the Russian invasion of the Ukraine and its grotesque and horrific effects for the people in Ukraine. So human rights violations, atrocities, and the illegal aspects of the war have of course, been highlighted in quite significant detail in the media. And in terms of social media, I'm a bit skeptical about that. I think that it has a dual role. There might have been examples where social media has facilitated news media reporting in a positive way, but there's also a lot of disinformation on social media. So we have to further get an understanding of the role. On balance, I think it's a mixed picture with social media. Obviously, the question wouldn't, the presentation wouldn't have the label, the first casualty in war is the truth, if I wouldn't be also critical about how the news media has reported on the invasion. So I think there are several points to make about the critique. So one issue is that I think that there's a good bad framing that has been singling out Russia as the world's leading aggressor. And I think that ignores the fact that Russia walks in the footsteps of recent US and Western aggression in countries like Kosovo, Iraq, Libya, and elsewhere. This is, of course, not to justify anything Russia has done, but it's just to say that I think we have to also look at our side and what's going on there, what we have done, if we want to frame if we want to look at the Russian actions as well. It's not the case, I think, that we have we are the benign side and Russia is just the bad side. I think we have to also look at our own home countries, especially the US and Germany and Britain, for example, who have done similar aggressive wars in the past, and also, of course, contributed to the militarization of the situation in the Ukraine, I think. So the question how NATO has contributed to creating the conditions for the war, the underlying geopolitical war between the US and Russia, I think, is not really appreciated in the news media as it should. And there are many questions about that. I guess we might talk about that, but certainly if you look at NATO enlargement, it has contributed to militarizing the situation. I think that's, again, no justification for an invasion, but it's just to understand the context that we see here. So I just want to quote the Ukrainian peace activist Nina Potaska. She said that I feel that my country now is like a battlefield for all countries' ambition, NATO parts and Russia parts, and two imperialistic countries want to divide my country. Finally, and sorry, then I'll stop. I think the news media has been manufacturing consent for weapons deliveries to the Ukraine and a major German military budget, while largely ignoring the dangerous implications of a Western proxy war and the nuclear threat. The problem I see here basically is, and Anatol Lieven from the Institute for Responsible Statecraft has pointed that out, is that weapons to the Ukraine are not really discussed with the aim of improving Ukrainian chances in negotiations or peace negotiations, but just, it seems to me, with the question about how could Russia be defeated comprehensively. And I think this can be quite dangerous because it might prolong the war and might lead to a dangerous escalation. So there's insufficient discussion about how Western policy should be tied to a serious negotiation strategy and a peace plan for this conflict and war. So I'll stop here. I'm sorry for the issues with the connection and if I had to rush a bit. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. That was another wonderful presentation. And I think also for us, we're starting to get now with this presentation a little bit more in the direction of actual perspectives on the war in the Ukraine. And definitely the media and its role in this entire framework plays a huge role. And also in terms of monitoring and proposing different perspectives and ideas. And as you also mentioned, sometimes functioning as a voice of the state. And I think what you're proposing or what you are presenting is a very nice overview in terms of the history of this process and some different perspectives. So I'm very curious. I have a lot of questions, but I want to open it also to the floor in the auditorium as well as online if they have some questions. We'll have about 15 minutes of questions before we have a short break. So if anyone has something to ask. Okay, I see two questions from the auditorium. First, Marlene. If you'd like, you can speak into your computer and then everyone can hear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yeah, my question is first just a question of understanding. It was about, I think, the example of the Vietnam War.
für uns.
Yeah. My first question is just a question of understanding. I think it was at the example of the Vietnam War. If I understood it correctly, that the thesis kind of is that media will only reflect the opinions that are present in the current government discourse. So whatever is not currently discussed in the government is usually also not reflected in media coverage.
Should I answer now or sorry? Should I answer now or?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is a macro picture perspective. So you might find that there are other perspectives here and there in the media, dotted around, if you like. But this study, and that's supported by many other studies, it's called the indexing norm, that often the news media tends to go to public officials. There might be some justification for that, because in a democracy, it's assumed that we need to know as a public what public officials have to tell us, right? But it turned out that this kind of connection between the media and public officials is so close that, especially in times of war and also in other foreign policy issues, that this is almost like an interchangeably, if you like. So what we see is that you might find critical angles in the media substantially, but then often they were firstly introduced by some kind of public officials who might disagree with the government in power of something, if that makes sense. So it might sound strange if we think that the press should be free and all these standards they have, but you could look at those studies by Helen or the Eilders and Luther study I showed you, and many other studies that support this. This is this kind of finding. And again, you know, if you search for counterexamples now, you might find them, but the broader picture will be that if you look through the sources, for example, in a news story about a war, they'll often be dominated by the views of public officials. I hope that answered the question. Thank you.
Right. I think I also understood you were saying, right, that it's the dominant perspective that's reflected in this way, but not the case that all reporting is following these. We had another question from the auditorium, Professor Well.
Thank you very much. I can do this presentation. And yeah, you touched upon the role of social media, and obviously, besides sort of public and private media, we do have, in particular in the war in Ukraine, YouTube, Instagram, and the social media channels. And I would be curious to know your estimate. Does it have an impact on the role how other media is reporting, or you seem to sort of suggest, I heard that the role of the social media might be overestimated. Did I get you right on this? So what role does it play, and does it have an impact on the sort of traditional TV, newspapers, media reporting in some ways?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I think it certainly has an impact. So I didn't want to say that it doesn't have an impact. So that's, I think, very clear that it has an impact. And there are also studies about, I mean, you know that, I'm sure you know that journalists, they might interact with social media users as well. So you can comment on journalistic reporting and there might be interactions. Journalists might also go on Twitter, for example, and they might be influenced by what they see on Twitter. And this might also impact on their reporting. And I think with Ukraine specifically, my guess is that some of the things we know about some of the atrocities, for example, conducted by Russian forces, those kind of information might be fed into the media via social media as well. And of course, there is a role there, but there's also the other side here that, first of all, social media is not the same as news or journalism, because it's basically like, say, if I go outside and I'll go to Speaker's Corner and say something, it's also not journalism. And I go on Twitter now and just post my opinion or a picture from what's going on here. It's also not journalism. It's just, you know, information or something that I post, right? So of course this can factor into the news, but it's not the news. And social media also has not led to any new, or largely, I suppose, broadly speaking, there are not many new independent journalistic outlets on the internet or on social media. So most of the news we get via social media, if it's really news, it will be from legacy news providers who are then syndicated via social media. But of course, I might also find a lot of videos or or other posts on social media that could be about, say, the war. But then the question is, how authentic is that, right? So, and here I guess is a downside that we know that there's a lot of disinformation on social media as well, that algorithms, I guess they have an inclination to support disinformation because provocative content seems to get more users on a platform, and that's why disinformation often is provocative, and that also can lead to problems here with disinformation on social media and not really informing appropriately, if you like. So that's what I want to say, the double-edged sword. But the one reason why I said I'm not really sure about the role in the Ukraine is that, I mean, there are some studies on that, but it's really too early days to really say how significant is that. And for example, to give you one other example, you might remember the Arab uprisings it started in 2011 in Egypt, Syria, and other countries. There was this argument then that these were social media revolutions, right? That social media really facilitated those. But it turned out later that actually those revolutions, they happened as a result of very long-term social political events and organizing and things like that. And social media only facilitated some of that and didn't play a major role, at least that's my view. And I think that's why we have to be a bit cautious about this, but I'm certainly not denying the implications. And it might be that in this case, in the Ukraine case, with Russia's invasion, that social media played a more prominent role, but we still have to study that. Thank you. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you. I think we have another question in the chat that I think links quite well with this, relating to the access to information and the flow of information. It's coming from Anna about what is your opinion about the blocking of Russian media in Germany?
I mean, I think it's a tricky question, but I suppose like the question is, once you start blocking media, where does it stop? And so I suppose a bit like with the free speech argument, of course, there's some speech that should, like hate speech or speech that violates the law, that shouldn't be, that needs to be dealt with, and potentially it needs to be forbidden as well. But at the same time, there's also the question of free speech. And, if you want to have free speech, it's the argument is that, it's very difficult to say, this is, something we want to block and this is something we leave here. But what are the criteria for that? And we have seen that some other media who were allegedly too pro that or pro that have also been blocked. And I think that's the territory we're getting in here. And so I'm a bit skeptical about that, in the same way as I would say if in Russia, if Russia bans, say, European media, we would be very critical about, well, we are very critical about that as well. But I think that's expectable in times of war that this happens. But I mean, if you ask me, my personal opinion is I don't think that those Russian media have that much of an influence in the West, but that's just my personal opinion. It's not something I have done research about, to be honest. So I'm just thinking it's a bit tricky, because once you start blocking or censoring certain media, where could that lead to? Blocking other media which might have opinion we don't like, and then we end up maybe with a system which is not so free anymore.
Yeah, I think it also relates, as you were saying in the presentation, to the objectivity in journalism, that it's providing also opinions from different sides or facts from different.
Exactly. And if I might say, objectivity is also a quite elastic concept. It's very, obviously any student will, I'm sure you all know, if you hear the term objectivity, it has all kinds of, and also truth, there's all kinds of problems associated with those terms. But certainly, but still, I think we can aspire to a sense of objectivity and truth as well, especially as journalists. But certainly, it's also a very elastic concept, meaning that it's easy to say this is not objective or that. Also, if we look at the reporting of our media, right, the findings are presented to you, you can easily say that there's often the media has not been so objective, especially if our side engages in the war, if you like. And I suppose those questions that still wouldn't lead us to say, well, we have to block those media, because I think, as you say, it's part of a free media system that we have different opinions as well.
Thank you very much. We have another question in the chat. I'm looking as well. I don't see. Avilash.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, yeah. My question is that, like, even in, like, when you take media, you have a boundary or a sphere of influence in which they really act, and there is no, in terms of, like, global reach for many media institutions. We might talk about big institutions of, like, New York Times or BBC, but their actual impact on coverage on other issues outside their influence, like USA or Britain, is quite less, or within Europe. So do you certainly agree that these institutions, though they tend to be global, they really play into the interests of their own audience, where they are mainly located? And, like, how do you change, I mean, as of now, how can we kind of make it more open in terms of the discussion?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Sorry, there's a background noise. I think you're right that, of course, we have different national media systems, and the media tend to reflect the kind of national issues and often also national consensuses, and research supports that. There might be some media that are more influential than others. Potentially, I would think that the New York Times can sometimes be potentially also influencing media over here or in England or in Germany, for example, but certainly there's more of a national discourse around that. But I guess even so, if you have a national discourse, you would, I mean, still assume the news media to report on wars in a similar way, and it shouldn't be happening according to political convenience, if you like. So yeah, but you're right, as I said. The other question, if I understand correctly, is about how to improve the media. And I think there's one question about this in the chat as well. I mean, if you ask me personally, I think we need a media reform. We certainly need more public service media, news media, significantly more, because there's a problem with commercial media, which has long been understood. And if you have a media in a market system funded by advertising and owned by big corporations or other ownership, wealthy owners, like Orwell suggested in the quote, there is a problem with that. I mean, I'm not going into the detail now, but the scholarship has confirmed that to a large extent. So I think we know that public service oriented media operate a much better public sphere and are more diverse. And I think that's important. Thanks, yeah. I think, yeah.
Owen, you're muted, so we cannot hear you.
Do you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So no, I was just saying that to Joanna, who proposed the last question in the chat, I hope that Dr. Zollmann also addressed your question in full. And I saw the hand raised from Agota as well. So please feel free.
Yes, thanks a lot. I mean, yeah, I have many questions, but just to the last remark, you said, Dr. Zollmann, that the media and public officials are so close, they are almost interchangeable. What makes you think then that more public service media would raise the objectivity, so to say, of the media?
Thanks. Yeah, well, not necessarily. So we know that if you look at the current öffentlich-rechtliche system, for example, in Germany, that they, I mean, also the BBC in England, they display quite a bit of the similar pattern that those are described, even though. So I guess I haven't really unpacked what I meant by public service, really. So what I basically meant is that we need an alternative media sector that comprises of a larger set of different institutions that are all publicly funded, if you like, but they should have different outlooks, if that makes sense. So it could be that there's one sector which is almost like the the press we have at the moment, which could stay as it is, but then we might have a different political sectors which might address different communities in society and are differently built. So, I mean, I don't want to advertise my work, but I wrote a chapter on that that outlines this in more detail. But I hope you get the gist that I think obviously it shouldn't be necessarily just a public service in the classic sense what we have, but because I would say even the öffentlich-rechtliche needs some reform as well, and the BBC as well. But I think they are still better than the commercial ones, and you could make them even better, if that makes sense. And then an additional system to that. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Just one more comment on that. So there is actually information available also these days. But for instance, the media outlets that interview regularly Noam Chomsky, I mean, they are practically in an intellectual quarantine these days. I mean, they are definitely not the mainstream. So you can reach them if you really dig for them. But unless you do so, it's hopeless. So, I mean, I wish you had right and we could find a solution to this problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, just to add, I agree. I mean, like one of my, I think you might refer to Democracy Now, for example, which I sourced in my slide as well. So I agree they are there, but we can't find them. So it's a bit like, even though it's maybe one click away, it's a bit like going into in a library and there are millions of books. How will you find that one book, right? So I think the problem of people finding a small outlet has also something to do with the power of the big ones who are known because of advertising they can do and all that kind of stuff. So and I would also say we need much more of those media, and they need more funding even as they have at the moment, if that makes sense. But thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you both. I'm seeing a couple of hands being raised also in the online space. I would very much like to give everyone a 10-minute break and to wrap up a little bit with this discussion, although it's very interesting and engaging. What I would maybe propose is that if Dr. Zollmann, if you're available for the next 10 minutes or so during our break, maybe some people can write their questions in the chat. And if you would like, you can feel free to answer them in the chat. That would be wonderful. And
okay,
for us,
yeah.
we would take then a 10-minute break for some coffee, for a bit of walking. But definitely thank you so much for the presentation and for the lively discussion as well. And as I said, please feel free to stay a little bit and answer some questions. Hello, hello. Checking if the online people can hear me as well. We're slowly coming back now. Hope you had a nice little coffee break. And we're excited for the next block of speakers that we have for today. And the next speaker we have, I think actually we can see her in the camera, she's standing next to me. We have Maria Maldonado from the Institute of Economics and Peace. And if I'm right, you're a program manager there as well. And she'll be talking about the idea of implementing positive peace. And without further ado, I would like to hand over the floor to Maria. And excited for your presentation.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me well online as well. Yes, and in person. Well, that's great. So thank you very much for having us today, the Institute for Economics and Peace. It is a pleasure to be here with you today and discuss more about the implementation of peace. I will discuss today more about positive peace, which is the framework that we use to research, but also to implement peace in projects. And of course, I would also speak about the perspective of civil society in the implementation of peace. Along those lines, I'll mention something about systemic approaches, which is what we use for positive peace and its implementation. And of course, the challenges faced by civil society and also some common solutions. And of course, a practical example of what we do, just to illustrate it from the civil society perspective. Well, first of all, who are we? The Institute for Economics and Peace is a non-profit, independent think tank that is dedicated to analyzing peace and quantifying its economic value. Our mission is actually to make sure that peace can be seen as a positive and tangible measure to look at peace and also implement it in projects. Now, we are located around the world. Our head office is located in Sydney, Australia. That's where everything started. I'm coming from the Brussels office, but we have representations in other regions as well that support the work, especially the research on the promotion and also the dialogue with different actors, such as international organizations and private sector and so on. So as you can see, well, we have a presence around the world as well. We have 10 reports in total. The major publications are the Global Peace Index, Positive Peace Report, the Ecological Threat Report as well. But we have alongside other projects that also come out throughout the year. And of course, alongside, we also produce private briefings on thematic issues as well. So all our research is published online, so you can of course check it out. And I'll be more than happy to also, send it to you if anything is interesting as well. And well, we will begin with defining and measuring peace. So the Norwegian peace research pioneer, Johan Galtung, he actually defined peace in two main ways. One being negative peace, such as the absence of violence or fear of violence. And on the other side, positive peace, which would be the attitudes, institutions, and structures to create and sustain peace. So on one side, you will see something that will be lacking, for example, war in a country or in a society. And on the other side, you would see in a state, for example, can they sustain peace in the long term? Might they actually face issues if they are exposed to, let's say, ecological threats, civil unrest, and so on? So that's what we look at with our two reports, the Global Peace Index, which focuses on negative peace, and the Positive Peace Report, of course, focusing on this particular concept. As you can see, well, as I mentioned, it was defined already by Dr. Galtung, but at the Institute for Economics and Peace, we took a look at the factors that are most statistically correlated to positive peace to see how can countries and societies actually improve their level, or what are they lacking at the moment to make sure that they can work on it as well or invest in it. And we came up with this framework of positive peace that has 8 factors or 8 pillars, as we call them, and they go from well-functioning government, free flow of information, to which we have discussed today, good relations with neighbors, and so on. And as you can see, the representation of it will be as a system. And from the image that you can see, of course, they're highly correlated with one another. If one pillar is impacted, the other one would also face either a weakness or an improvement, depending on the shock that it will receive, working as a system. And all of them also collaborate with one another, interact with one another, but I will go into systems thinking later in my presentation. When we look at countries that have high levels of positive peace, we see that they show that they have stronger resilience and adaptability whenever they receive a shock, whether that will be political, ecological, economic. They also have better environmental outcomes. That means that they will be more adaptable and easier to manage any environmental issue or an ecological shock as well, or an ecological threat. They also have higher measures of well-being, happiness for the communities, and so on. They also have better performance on development goals as well. They have a higher performance on how to reach these goals, higher per capita income as well, and better business environment for the community to thrive as well. As you can see, this is the index of the Positive Peace Report, and you can see the countries ones that are the highest. I believe it's the darkest color, and the other ones that are lowering the positive peace level. Now, please keep in mind that this is how much that they can sustain peace, or they have sustained it in the past years. In contrast, here you will have the map of the Global Peace Index, which shows the negative peace concept. So in this case, it's those that are facing, for example, violence or conflict as well, or how much threats they have at the moment as well. So this one was just released about 2 days ago. So this is like one of the first times that we're presenting it, well, the latest edition. And as part of that, well, what we can see here is that we took a look at the impact of the war in Ukraine in global peacefulness, particularly in other regions as well. And what we can see is that the conflict has exacerbated the risk of food prices, supply chain shortage, and also rising inflation. Now, there were already some regions that were already facing these issues. So of course, the impact on them was increased, such as sub-Saharan Africa. It was already facing this, but then since it was also really linked to Ukraine and Russia as well, the impact of the war would, of course, increase these issues for them. And we can see it also happening in other regions as well, for particular supply chains as well. So, and I'm pretty sure that you can all see, for example, like some impact as well that it would have not been imaginable before. Something else that we saw, of course, is that NATO members, they had already pledged that they will go to 2% in their defense budgets. And according to the Global Peace Index, that would increase their military expenditure by 7%. Alongside this, we also see, of course, some uneasiness by the neighbors surrounding the conflict area. And of course, some of them have already tried to start their applications for NATO. And that means, of course, that they will increase their budget and therefore for defense. And of course, that the money dedicated to this would, for example, not be related to peace, or it will be an economic impact of violence, let's say. And lastly, something else would be that social media has been changing the way that we gather intelligence or gather information also as citizens. And there's still very little information on how, with this particular issue, it will represent an impact in the future. Now, please keep in mind that, of course, these are very early estimations because the report has just gone out. And of course, it's very early to see the full impacts in other regions as well, and even within those two countries in particular. But okay, why is it important to measure peace, both with negative peace and positive peace? Well, of course, to measure and analyze it itself, to make sure that we have in mind already those countries or those areas that require the most attention. Also, what we do, as I mentioned, is to measure the economic impact. So in that sense as well, is to analyze what is the cost of this. And for example, according to the latest Global Peace Index edition, there's around $16 trillion that had been impacted by violence and conflict around the world over the past year. So this, we will see it as a lost opportunity that this money could be spent in other kinds of programs for development and so on, rather than, for example, for violence, war, and well, dedicated to crisis management according to the situation. And also, by analyzing peace, we look at those factors that would enhance it and those areas that require the most attention. So there are better predictions, better programming as well. And well, in overall, you have a better analysis. But this all leads on how you can actually go into action and implement peace. So as I mentioned, I was going to go a bit into systems thinking. So thinking back about the positive peace framework, and you look at it as a system. Well, first of all, how do we define a system? There's no clear or agreed upon definition. What we know is that it has more internal factors than external factors. So think again about the 8 pillars. We have clear in mind those internal factors. Of course, there are external situations surrounding them too, but we have in clear mind those. Also their boundaries, of course. But each of these pillars as well would be their own system on its own. So as I mentioned, they have a high degree of complexity on how they interact with one another. And well, to think more clearly about a system, well, a nation is a system, the judicial system is another one, the international community as well. And just these 3 examples, as we can know, they interact with one another. So again, systems can interact with other systems as well. Now, looking at positive peace systematically, well, we know that each of these pillars can be an entry point into how to interact with peace or how to implement it as well. And it is by stimulating one of these pillars or several of them that the whole system will have a reaction. So it is not because we go into well-functioning government that it will suddenly everything will improve. No, there is, of course, important to take into account that, for example, like low levels of corruption might impede the progress of well-functioning government. If it is not related well with the sound business environment, of course, it will not go towards progress and development, and so on and so forth. Now, as well, what we can see is that according to positive peace, we can measure the emergent qualities or the sunsetting qualities of a system or a particular country, for example. We can see whether they're reaching a momentum or such a tipping point in which, for example, they will require higher investment in positive peace in overall or in one of the pillars in particular. And finally, well, we use positive peace also as a measure of societal resilience. So when we look at these factors, we can also know if they will be able to cope with shocks, as I mentioned before. So that's one of the key parts of looking at positive peace systemically, and also on how we do our programming and projects once we implement them as well. Now, looking at it as a system, it means that there's, of course, no cause and effect. It means that there goes in cycles. So, and these cycles can either go into a virtuous cycle in which the system keeps feeding its loop and keeps going into a prosperous progress. But of course, there can be shocks, and according to the levels, it will either continue to this vicious cycle or, to this virtuous cycle, or go towards a vicious cycle. An example of a vicious cycle, for example, can be shocks related from ecological threats. So of course, if a country is already facing food insecurity, let's say, well, this can increase violence, and violence can further increase ecological threats, such as, again, food insecurity, water insecurity, and so on. And it goes into a cycle, of course. However, it's important to go into the different factors and see how we can react and break this vicious cycle and turn it into a positive one. And well, now taking all of this in mind, I'm going to dedicate some time to discuss on civil society as an actor of peace. And well, we had a look into civil society in overall, any kind of civil society organization. And it's clear, of course, that they play a key role in peace building and development as well. The inclusion of civil society actually can result in better peace agreements and more durable peace. This, of course, because there's higher inclusion of minorities, higher prioritizing of specific areas as well that require the most attention, and of course are according to the local approach to the context, and they can be disregarded by other actors when creating programs. When civil society is involved in peace processes, but also in peace programs, it has a higher legitimacy in front of the eyes of the population as well. And of course, there is higher impact when there's civil society that focuses, again, in representation and inclusion, for example, that they take into account a diverse target audience of, a diverse target group as well. So for example, those that also focus on women issues, for example, and bring into place this into how that it can collaborate or be integrated into peace programs. That way we make sure that it's durable and of course, equitable for everybody. And of course, women is just one example. It can be for any minority, ethnic, religious, or so on, or also related to specific thematic areas. Now, according to a study actually by, it's a study by Dr. Tanya Pfaffenholz. Well, she came up with 7 functions that civil society can implement during peace programs. And one of them can be protection. It can be protection of citizens against, of course, violence from any party, against human rights abuses. Another one is monitoring, whether it is of human rights, of agreements and how the peace processes is going. Advocacy as well for peace, human rights, any thematic issue. Democracy as well in some cases, socialization. So this refers to the in-group bonding and inclusion of, for example, specific and targeted associations, networks, and so on, making sure that citizens are involved in these processes as well from the grassroots level. Social cohesion, also the civil society can implement this by facilitating or enabling dialogues between conflicting parties, or also contrasting or ethnic minorities that are in conflict, for example, also by enabling cooperation or trying to see some issues, turning them into a positive processes instead. It refers to community strengthening as well. Facilitation of dialogue, so that in overall with any kind of party, so not in between just conflicting parties, but with any kind of actor, whether that is with government, international organizations, donors as well. Also facilitation of workshops, programs according to the expertise of civil society, and of course service delivery, whether that will be through research consulting or by literally service delivery of of material that is required as well. And of course, this creates entry points for peace building. And it can refer to any of the previous functions that I have mentioned. But of course, for civil society, there are some common challenges that are faced in any kind of field, but particularly to peace building and development, there are a few that we see over and over. And actually, we had one of our reports, the ecological threat report. For that one, we had a policy seminar, and we gathered experts from different backgrounds, different nationalities, and so on. And they had to discuss on how to better implement programs, and they identified some common challenges. So the first two are some that we identified during that policy seminar, and of course are just challenges that civil society faced in overall. And actually, the first two referring to programming and funding, well, those two clearly depend to the donor dependency elements that civil society often faces. Programming first, it refers to the fact that, well, when civil society is going to engage in a project, often it must apply to get a project. So they respond to a call for initiatives, they present their application, and it's to respond to a specific program. But whether they have a particular mission already in place, when they apply to implement certain activities, well, they are, of course, limited to the certain things that they can implement, which have already been outlined by the donor or the particular organization that is conducting the program. And when civil society is not taking into account on how to implement these programs, of course, certain target groups or thematic issues are disregarded completely, which on the ground are challenges faced by the local communities in overall. So of course, it's important to include them in the discussion with the donors and make sure that programs take into consideration a local approach. Now, again, hand in hand with programming, funding can be one of them. So of course, civil society can be limited into which activities they can conduct, how many, or the extent that their activities can go, according to the funding that is available. And of course, this creates donor dependency and of course, limiting, again, the kind of work that a civil society organization can do. On the other hand, there can also be exceptional circumstances. So any kind of shock faced by a community or at a country in overall. I mean, the easiest example would be, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic. It really changed all sectors. And in particular for civil society, well, some of them, of course, were already dedicating their work towards health emergencies. So, of course, they could continue their work accordingly. They were prepared. But other ones focusing only on peace or issues for, let's say, women's rights, minorities' rights. Well, in that case, internally, some of them lacked the capacity to continue operating during the health emergency as well. It was important also to move, for example, into well, teleworking and so on. Some of them didn't have the capacity or were not prepared at all. Some of them worked directly with, for example, refugees as well. And this human contact was important for their work, but the health emergency limited on how they reacted. And of course, it required some adaptation and also some adaptation both from civil society, but also from donors on how these activities could continue. Because again, then some donors either stopped programs in overall, that were dedicated to peace, or they decided that all the funding will go towards the shock that was in place. But in the meantime, crises continue to worsen. Of course, peace continued to deteriorate in some areas. So of course, a shock can impact the work. Another example can be like a country that enters into conflict or a political shift. Now, let's take as an example, Afghanistan. When the Taliban took over, of course, there was in question whether some civil society organizations could continue to operate their activities or even exist in overall. One example that comes to mind, I don't know if some of you saw it on the news, but there was this big NGO actually working for, to tackle landmines, and they had to negotiate with the Taliban if they could continue operating and continue doing their work. Fortunately, the Taliban said yes, but what about those other civil society organizations that in a political shift, their mission doesn't align with what the new government or regime actually is putting in place? Well, in that case, some civil society organizations are made either illegal and they have to stop their operations, or yes, they're not able to operate anymore or limit their activities as well. So again, these are some common challenges, but of course there are many more, but there are also some solutions that can be implemented into this. One of them is to diversify partnerships. So civil society alone does a great job, and it's a key in really peace building and development, but it's important to discuss, as I mentioned, for example, with donors. That's already, and donors can be international organizations, development agencies, governments, private donors, foundations. So it's important to diversify towards these partnerships as well, to make sure that donors are also aware of what needs to be done, so better programs are created and implemented. Same for funding, so to make sure that it's available as well for those programs. And again, also, well, diversifying partnerships, and you must all be aware of this, of course, it goes hand in hand with the SDG 17, the partnerships for the goals, which just means that, of course, there will be a higher impact if several actors are interacting towards this common goal for development, or in this case, peace as well. And well, actually, another actor that actually traditionally had not been so involved in peace in the past would be, for example, the private sector. But I mean, in the past years, we have seen how through CSR strategies, or even through projects created by the employees, they start to engage a bit more and gain their interest in this. Well, it's important for civil society as well, and for the private sector, to recognize the value of this partnership as well, and see how they can collaborate. Because again, it is important that all actors are contributing towards the same goal, to make sure that the implementation of peace and development can move forward as well. One example of this would be the African Development Bank. So as you know, they develop, of course, larger strategies, big programs, they provide funding. And what they have done in the past to emphasize the relevance of the partnerships with the civil society is that they founded actually a committee of civil society, led by civil society, of course, particularly in African states, of course, since that's the areas where they operate. And what they do is whenever they release a strategy or a new policy, they ask civil society organizations, and they launch it. It's free for the public to see. They launch it and they ask civil society organizations to provide feedback and know where they can still improve. Following this, of course, they invite civil society organizations to have a call and discuss on how this can better be improved, which programs require most attention. And this is one of the examples where you can see different actors collaborating with one another and making sure that the progress is being made, but also from the funding, programming, establishment of strategies, and so on. 2 minutes, perfect. It's my last slide. So, well, to illustrate the implementation of peace, I wanted to discuss a bit on how the Institute for Economics and Peace as a civil society actor implements peace. And well, as you remember, we're a think tank. So, and we like to say it's a think and do tank, because on the one hand, we produce research, but on the other side, we also try to move into the implementation phase and create positive peace programs. So we have done this around the world, wherever it's required more attention, wherever there are programs available as well, of course, and partners ready to also implement peace alongside with us. So it has been implemented across all regions. Also, well, hand in hand with these programs, we have set as a mission to train 1 million people in positive peace. I believe some of you have already taken the Positive Peace Academy. So that's part of this objective. And well, as you know, it's available for everyone online to learn more about positive peace and how to implement it as well. So for example, we also have a guide to implement positive peace in a project, and it gives you step by step on how you can do it. And then of course, you can also reach out to us if you have any questions regarding this report on how to do it. We also have a program for ambassadors, and that's for, well, they're called IEP ambassadors, and that's for individuals that come from any kind of sector, working in any kind of sector, and from any background, and want to know how they can implement peace. And we have constant communications with them to make sure that they can continue to be updated on the peace research, peace implementation, and when they're doing projects, also to make sure that they're receiving, for example, the right supports and that it continues. And lastly, as I mentioned, we also focus ourselves in the diversification of partnerships. So we're taking a look into how to interact with the private sector. Over the past few months, we have already, of course, established connections with governments, international organizations, and all towards this common goal to create peace and progress in development. So as a very last note, whether you plan to work in a civil society organization or in peace, you know that you can do it from any kind of sector, any kind of field, and of course, in any kind of area. Peace is required everywhere. So thank you very much for having me here today. I was more than happy to present on this, and I'm happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Should I comment? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. So, in comparison to the previous round, we won't have the Q&A. Am I unmuted? Yeah. So, we won't have the Q&A directly after her presentation, but rather we'll have one more presentation, and then we'll have a Q&A round with all of the speakers that are presented for these next two. So here now we'd like to get into a little bit more of the Ukrainian context, and we have some wonderful speakers here today. One of them is Yuliia Nikitchenko, Associate Professor from the Department of Environmental Management and Entrepreneurship at Sandor-Zsolt National University in Kiev. Yeah, if you want, you can just slowly come on down. And then we have Viktoriia Khrutba, a professor and head of Department of Ecology and Environmental Protection Technologies at the National Transport University in Kiev. And last but not least, we have Andri Holovko, associate professor, Department of Management and Marketing at the Ukrainian National Forestry University in Lviv. So, I'm not sure if they can see you in the camera here. But what I'll do is I'll get out of your way and you all can take over now. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Nice. Hello to everyone. Thank you for organizing this nice panel discussion, this workshop. This is really important to speak about real war and peace questions today. For all of us, these topics are obvious and we understand that peace is better than war, but real world picture shows us another cases. Honestly, we would like to speak about butterflies and biosphere reserves, but unfortunately, today we would like to explain you, to show, to demonstrate you what is current situation in Ukraine through a prism of our own experience and the whole Ukrainian society. This presentation, this speech is made by three of us, together with my colleagues, Viktoriia and Andri. Viktoriia and Andri. Everyone has own part of this presentation. These parts are a bit differ, but in general, we want to show you a complex picture, what has happened in Ukraine and what is real situation in Ukraine right now. There are a lot of questions we would like to speak with you. I would like to tell you about our long history, about our struggle for the independence for many centuries. Also, it would be nice if you would visit Ukraine to see this beautiful country. But I want to explain you why do we struggle for our country. We don't struggle for the land. We struggle for the independence. And independence in Ukraine has many faces. Ukraine, education makes us Ukrainians independent. 1 month after the start of the war, Ukrainian universities restarted the study process to let students to change the focus from horrors of war and to let them to complete current academic year. All of us were in different conditions, but we tried to do our job and to study students, and students could study. Fedor Shandor, you may see him on this picture. He is a professor of one Ukrainian university, and for now he serves in the army forces of Ukraine. And in the trenches, he provided online lectures for students majoring in psychology, sociology, and tourism. At the same time, many students had lectures and worked with a bachelor and master thesis in shelters. They tried to find internet, they tried to find information for their reports, for their thesis. It was actually difficult. I had few such students. We was in contact all the time, and it was really difficult, but I am proud that all my students, they defended their term papers, their thesis very well, and they presented own results, research results at high level. Some of them, some our Ukrainian students, they defended graduate thesis in the sounds of explosions at the front line. On this slide, you may see a student, he defended his master thesis on the air, online, and now he's in the army. Do you know that many Russian soldiers, they were surprised that even small Ukrainian villages, they had good roads, and every houses, most of Ukrainian houses, we have bathrooms and washing machines. It's strange to understand that these things may surprise someone today, but this is a fact. And we have all these things because all Ukrainians, they worked hardly. We know the cost of things, and if we have a goal, we understand what should we do. We work to get what we want. It would be nice to say here a few words about sustainability. The war and environmental problems are not connected things, but before the war in Ukraine, there were a lot of eco-villages and permaculture centers in Ukraine. They were a part of big green road, which is also present here in European Union. And if before the war, these eco-villages, they were a place for events, for fairs, for different exhibitions, festivals, today they serve for refugees, internal Ukrainian refugees. These huge networks offer shelters to those who have had to flee their homes. Now I would like to give a word to my colleague Viktoriia, and she will try to explain, to demonstrate you our experience through her family.
Hi. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to grateful all students, all teachers, all German people and people from other country for your help, for us, for Ukrainian, and in our struggle. We can speak about general problem about war, about peace. We can think about it. We cannot think about it, but it's very important that you start think about this problem. It's very important. You can have own opinion, you can have own information, you can think different things, but very important that we organized this seminar. I want to tell you about my family, about my life, about my opinion of this situation. Oh, no, excuse me. First of all, about me. I am chief of department, okay. I am Viktoriia Khrutba. I am doctor of technical science. I am professor from National Transport University. It's my family. It's my husband. He is a pensioner. Very simple, he's a pensioner. My daughter Yuliia Khrutba, it's a PhD of economics. He is docent of National Transport University of Department Transport Law and Logistics. And my son and his family. My son Andri and his family, his wife Olga, and his dear children, dear daughter, my granddaughter. I very like these girls. It's Zoriana and Mariana. It's my family. Excuse me. I am a chief of department of ecology and technology of protect of environmental. And it's team of our department. We have a very good team. We are very friendly. We have main aim about protect of environmental, first of all, transport activity and all type of environmental protect. I want to see you some our project, which we realized different periods of our life. First project we can see in first picture. It's project was realized with Minister of Ecology of Ukraine, and in this picture we can see Minister of Ecology Ruslan Strelets. In our team, different people. In the next project, it was project with WWF about biological bridge, about biological bridge. And some project, for example, we can see our project with about ecology strategy of Kyiv with Department of Ecology of Kyiv administration, and start of our common projects with Eberswalde University and Chernobyl radiation biosphere reserve. You can see in this photo representative of our university, your student, maybe you know the student Nadine and Leon. At our student is simple student which do different work as work student of every university in the world. They studying, they prepare their scientific work, their bachelor work, their master work, and they organize different projects. It's really usual student life, not exclusive, not usual. And my son Andri work is the director of Golosievsky National Nature Park. It's very interesting nature park because park is situated practically in the center of the Kyiv. And that's why this park have different problem with relationship between park, national reserve, and big mega city as Kyiv. And Andri usually has many different type of work, and main idea of his work is dependent national park, national park Golosivsky, from different ecology damage. Our family, we very like traveling. We very like traveling in different place in Ukraine and abroad. Most of all, we like travel by different nature reserve by Ukrainian, and in this photo we can see different type of Ukrainian nature place. For example, Pyatynski National Park, Karpatsky National Biosphere Reserves, Carpathian State National Reserves, and different place in which we traveled in this year also. It's simple life, usual Ukrainian family, maybe not very usual, because main idea of our family protect nature, protect our land, and defined our life from different danger, not from war, but 24th of February, life of our family was changed, very changed. In this photo, we can see some moment life in Kyiv. You can see center of the Kyiv. Kyiv start to ready to define. We absolutely didn't have idea about we cannot define. We can start to our life from first day of the war. What are you doing in this period? In this period was most difficult for each Ukrainian, because we think about peace. I think about student. I think about my organize my work in my department. But when my son phoned me at 6 o'clock and said, get up, give money, give document, and you must be ready. What I must be ready? You must wait. And excuse me, when I prepared this presentation, I remind this moment in my life, and I not calm in this period. I really very scary, and maybe something difficult say about it in English. But I try write all moment, and maybe it really was very hard situation in Kyiv, because there is a island. It's now is Kyiv is situation too, because in Kyiv not very calm. Exploit ahead, and we need do something. And we start help our soldier, and we start work in territory defined of our region. And my department, every day we wrote in our chat, how are you? I am alive. It was very happy information for everyone, because every morning I was waiting answer everybody, my colleague. Sometimes my colleague write about their situation. Natalia Kuktik wrote, it's building where her brother lived. Building was destroyed. My husband, Sergei, all life, you understand, he is pensioner now. And about 45 years, he works and Darnitsky car repair plant. We live near this plant. All our life connect with their plant. In our area, one side is plant, near side is forest. And that's why I very like Eberswalde, because forest in Eberswalde remind me about my region. Now, it's view of this plant. Place where my husband worked now is destroyed. But we have not only bad situation in our life, we have some good situation, little love story, because my daughter Yulia got married in March of 16, because her boys, her love friend is a soldier of Ukrainian army, and she won't wait him, and that's why they married, and Ivan went to the army. My son Andri, you understand? You remember he is a director of National Nature Park in the Kiev. He can stay in Kiev. He can do it. He can not went to army, but in the middle of February, Andri know about situation and start studying and prepared to war. In first period, Andri, in first time, Andri went his family to more calm region of Ukrainian, in Cherkasy region, it's center of Ukrainian, and enlisted to a territorial defined, because we must depend of his power. Now Andrei is a soldier of Ukrainian army, and now he is in Mykolaiv, not far from war, because between Mykolaiv and Kherson, not big, not very short between Kherson and Mykolaiv. Kherson is occupied of Russian army, and Andrei now depend Mykolaiv. I tell with Andrei about your seminar, about your conference, and ask him, said to student of Eberswalde something that he won't said to you. And I write his answer on my slide, and Andrei said, first of all, direct what I asked him, said you more recommendation for your maybe practical life, and maybe it's a recommendation for our student. It's equal, it's same recommendation for us. First of all, main problem now, Andrei said, that is direct hostility, exploits, accidents of harass downs industry, the destruct on national area, including after hostilize. Second problem, as Andrei think, is destruction plus deforestation of practically valuable areas to prevent enemy and through the economy. Next problem, impossibility to use ecosystem service, but on the entering the forest, and loss of wild personnel. He asked that the biggest cloud drones in health for those who were indifferent in such times as today, because we always only defend European values on the cost of their lives, the rights to choose, the right to vote. We want to be independent. We want to solve how we need live. We needn't Russian peace. We want building own life, only own life. And now we try to solve this question. Andri's family now are in village near Cherkasy. Girls with Ola lives, usually children's live. They study because Zariana study in first class, people of first year form. They did different simple activity. They still don't understand what has happened in Ukraine, but they miss their dad, whom they saw only once during this time. Andri could go to his family only once in Zoriana birthday is 7th of March. I tell about my life, about my family, but if we were scarred, no matter how difficult it was for us, we are confident that Ukrainian will win. We defend our land, our freedom, and our independence. Therefore, the life goes on. What we do now? Now we work, we studied, and not usually, but it's continue. First of all, our students have her lecture, her exam, their lecture, their exam. Student and teacher took part in different conferences and different student competition. For example, yesterday we finished a big international student project in a competition about ecology protect, and students from our department have won one part on this competition. Our student and our postgraduate and our graduated student take part in different variants of this line. For example, you can see our student from third course that took part in territorial defense of the Kiev. Our graduate student Margarita Reyes in photo in the corner discusses her scientific interest with the Japan partners, and postgraduate student Alexei is volunteer and help our army. It's some information, official information from Ruslan Strelets, that as today, as almost of damage to Ukraine environmental caused by the Russia attack exceeds 200 billions. For us, it's very important about situation in the system of education. The war cost more than $5 billion in Ukrainian education. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Russian acquired the German 43 higher education institutes, 5 of which were completely destroyed. In photo, this photo of Priazovsky State Technology University. We have partners for this university, and we think about the situation. But now this university is Dnipro Polytechnical University and start studying student. Don't worry. Don't worry. We will win. We haven't any idea. And grateful everybody for your help, for your think, for your discussion about this situation. Thank you.
Sorry, colleagues, it's not the all information. I assume Viktoriia and her family, this is one Russian-speaking family whom Russian army came to liberate in Ukraine. Viktoriia is Russian-speaking person, actually. And you can see how does Russian-speaking persons perceive this conflict, this war. This story is personal for all of us. We have many stories about how this war affects personally us. Our colleague from Ukrainian National University, vice dean of one of the institute, also came to the front line and was killed. Actually, we have a lot of such stories, actually, among our students, former students, among other relatives, actually, and so on. We really appreciated developed countries, Western world for support of Ukraine, because to be alone with such strong enemy would not possible to survive for such a long time, and we receiving constantly big financial support, big military support, which helped our country to survive currently. But let's look for the situation also from the other side. How our enemy is supported at the same time. Like Russia's revenue from the selling fossil fuels is 1 billion euros per day. It took place during war was started. Like you see the statistics, this was started from January 2021 and continue till now. So currently in May, like Russia obtaining 1 million euros for fossil fuels each day. Another picture is which country contributing more in making our enemy stronger. This picture is about how was decreased the consumption of Russian fossil fuels after the war was started, and which country how decreasing this. You can see, I will not read the picture, you can see how does it look like. Another picture, actually I saw this video, it's available on YouTube, you can check the link, I will not demonstrate it. This is how Russian military machine kill a civil car. I saw it almost online because I was in Ukraine at that time, and I was impressed how precise and how fast this military machine targeted civil car. Actually, such military machines was grabbed by Ukrainian army, and it was possible to look the reason why was it happened. Because this machine has special electronic controller produced in France, and this controller allowed to shoot very sharp, to target any goal very sharp. And this machine was supplied to Russia after 2014. Like then, actually, Russia was under the sanctions. This product belongs to such category as double-use products, and actually for Ukraine it was almost impossible to obtain such tools, to buy such tools here. But for Russia, they renovated all these old-fashioned Soviet machines by these tools, and also tank by night visions. And actually, there are more interesting things, also information available on the internet, like what does contain Russian military machines. And I can assure you that also there are many parts produced in Germany. We can think about potential scenarios. We can think about very sophisticated things, but actually during wartime, things become very simple. And we can distinguish only 3 scenarios of development of this conflict, of war, let's say war. This victory of Ukraine, of course, we want this scenario will happen. Second, victory of Russia, and something in between. We will talk about this also later, like frozen conflict. What does it mean, victory of Ukraine from Ukrainian perspective? It's completely restoration of Ukrainian borders without any conditions, as well as free choice for future of Ukraine. We have a lot of Crimean Tatarians who fighting against Russia in our army, who live, which family of whom live in Crimea. So we cannot leave Crimea just because somebody wants to have it. Victory of Ukraine will allow to come back to the world which was established after World War II and which provided peace for quite a long period of time. So let's think about another scenario. What does it mean if Russia will win in this? When will win? Is it possible? I think it's currently possible. We cannot reject this possibility. This means that world to which we used, which was established after World War II, will be destroyed. And actually, Ukraine is quite special case because Ukraine refused voluntarily from nuclear weapon, nuclear threat in the world by granting nuclear potential, voluntarily refused. And if this country, like some guarantees also was provided by the Budapest Memorandum, will be destroyed, or actually it's about destruction. If this country will be destroyed, what our countries should expect? What our countries which have nuclear weapon? This also opened Pandora box, because I think this is the first case. We can talk about Kosovo, but Kosovo also a bit different situation. After Kosovo is the first case, then we have annexation of the territory. We have much more countries who are not happy with, which are not happy with the borders. What will happen if we will accept this? What other countries which have nuclear weapons will think? For example, North Korea, they will obtain nuclear weapon. Iran is very close to have nuclear weapon. There are more countries which already have nuclear weapons. They can think if we have it, we can blackmail all the world. We can do anything. And of course, I already told it almost in the same audience, like if Ukraine will fall, it will immediately, after that, we will have conflict on the NATO area. Because it was stated by Putin here, like all agenda is open. If the agenda is open, he declared it openly. But before invading to Ukraine, he said NATO should come back to the borders of 1997. So we will have immediately war on the NATO area. Again, another point, actually, there is an article wrote by Timothy Snyder, and I also talk about this, but maybe it will be perceived better from experts from outside. Timothy Snyder is a historian from America. Russia is a Nazi country. There are a lot of similarities. It's also available in the publication presented in New York Times, starting from the leadership, continuing with propaganda, continuing with integrity of Russian people around this idea of dominating the world. Like 90% of Russian people currently supporting the policy of Putin. What will happen if this will be accepted? in the future. I can tell you this area won't be also a safe place. But the Bulk area won't be a safe place anymore. What does mean scenario of frozen conflict? Even currently, they have something like messages from Russian officials like that they're accusing President Zelensky in Ukraine in rejecting negotiations. Like they are willing for negotiations, but of course I have doubts in their willingness. But this means just postponing the conflict, because currently Russian army is weak. They use almost all the potential they have, and they need some break. And also, if you know history of Russia, you can see the similar cases in the past, like war in Chechnya. It also has two stages. First one was in 90s, and after that, then the Russian army was beaten in Chechnya, it's a small country. So they concluded something like peace. But after a few years, then they become stronger. They came back to Chechnya, and this country was almost destroyed. We had a few stages in Georgia, because Ukraine wasn't the first in this. At least like the same was in Georgia, almost the same. And it was accepted. Maybe Ukraine was the next because it was accepted. And actually, I also wasn't happy how Ukraine behaved during Georgian conflict, because we have pro-Russian president, not president, pro-Russian prime minister. I think it was 2010. President was Yushchenko, and our parliament didn't adopt a resolution supporting Georgia. Didn't manage to adopt this resolution. That is why maybe they had this consistency. We accepted this situation with Georgia. Another illustration, how do people perceive World War II in Russia and in some other place. Like we are always told again and again. And Russian people, it's also stated in their propaganda, maybe you have heard it here. I can assume you can heard it also here. Like we can repeat. They can repeat it. You can imagine what tragedy was to the world World War II, and they stating they can repeat. Another point, I assume also Western leaders and leaders of developed countries know that Ukrainian failure is undesirable, and this will lead to very bad consequences. But they are trying to find some scenario in the middle of victory of Ukraine, in the middle of victory of Russia, which is mean more blood for Ukraine. This war will be more bloody, more worse for Ukraine, because, like, yes, we have support, we have good support of the weapon, but this support is not sufficient to push back Russian troops to their borders of Russia. It's just allowed to keep the current status. And current status means that thousands of people are dying. And if we will not kill this beast, because in my perception, Russia is a beast who biting Ukrainians or killing Ukrainians, and some of them are escaping like we, and we are treated here very well. We are happy here, but in the same time, Western world also feeding this beast which killing Ukrainians. But if this beast will grow up, he will come here. You can be sure he will come here.
This war, no borders. This war influence of everybody. Only together will we be able to accept this world and our planet. Only together. Thank you.
And finally, thank you very much for your attention. Sorry that our speech was so long, but it this is really important to show you what is really happening in Ukraine. And finally, let's keep flowers in our hands instead of guns. Now Ukrainians really understand what does it mean. Thank you very much.
And we want to invite everybody to Kyiv maybe next year. We will be happy to see you in our university and maybe in Lviv.
Thank you very much. So what we will do now is have a short Q&A session, also with Yuliia. And it's a little bit awkward because we're having some technical difficulties that we can't move around the mic. So the mic will stay here. Yeah. And I'm sorry, if you could all come back up. We have a short Q&A for like 20 minutes with all of you. So what could be nice is if you all just want to stand there, and then I will monitor the chat and take the questions. And then yeah, one by one, you can come up and speak. And hopefully it's not too so first of all, big thanks to both of our speakers, to all four of our speakers today. Wonderful presentations, and now I would open the floor both for questions related to one of the presentations or both of the presentations. If you have a particular question on either of the presentations, I would take them, but as well, we can also have more general questions about the roles of the society and education in the Ukrainian context. I think there's some nice overlap between the two presentations. So definitely feel free. I will go ahead and get my computer to see the chat, but I'm also watching the auditorium here. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand.
We have Abhilash.
Yes.
My question is on positive peace with that particular thing. I would like to know, like, there are the only multilateral institution is UN Peace Building Institution in general, which operates across the globe, except with few instances where different organizations step in with specific mandate in terms of how they operate. So I would like to know how these international institutions do include civil society in terms of in their mandates, because there are multiple conflicts and it becomes impossible to do. And just to join a little bit, when the question of private sector and the CSR role is included, how neutral and objective can the role of CSR can be in this peace building operations? Because neutrality is quite important when you operate in regions of conflict. So how can this, how these aspects are interrelated, and how can these move forward?
Should we take them now, or should we take more questions?
I think was this question directed to Maria specifically, Abhilash? Yeah, so maybe you can answer if you'd like.
Well, thank you very much. Those are two, sorry, very interesting questions. Going for the first one, and please let me know if I'm correct, if I understood well your question. Well, yeah, there are some international organizations that focus on peace. And some of them, yes, but we also try to collaborate with those that strictly don't really, for example, don't really just focus on peace or have peace on the name of their department and division. Let's take as an example the European Union. So when we discuss with the European Union, we try to include, for example, not only those, well, if you're familiar with the European Commission and how it's been divided, they have directorate generals, so called DGs. For example, we don't go for only DG for international partnerships, which focuses on programmings for development in external countries. We try to also include in the conversation, for example, DG Trade or DG ECFIN, which will be that for economics, because we try to have discussions with all of them, because it's important that they, first of all, that they are aware of the work that they will do with civil society. Second of all, that they are also aware on what needs to be done from their side too. Often they have different mandates, like you said, and often they're contrasting. We've actually had this with one division in particular, that there are two divisions in their department and they have separated mandates, and we try to discuss with both. So we try to go for any kind of organization that will be interested into incorporating peace in their work. And often we refer to positive peace as socioeconomic resilience, because, for example, when we say peace, it's like a very abstract concept, which is exactly what we're trying to shift it to something more tangible and measurable. But if you mention peace to some international organizations, for them, they can think, okay, there are more pressing issues that we have to discuss rather than focusing on a long-term project and so on. So what we try to do is to discuss with them on how they incorporate this and make it part of their mandate as well. So definitely it's important to discuss with all of them. And going back to something that I mentioned on the ecological threat report, when we had the policy seminar and we tried to identify some challenges specifically for the management of the environment and so on, and when it comes to environment, peace, and security, like the intersection between these three, something that was found by the policy experts was that international organizations often work in silos and they don't talk to one another. So it's important to move past on this. And for us, the easiest way to do it is to, for example, when we have discussions like this, where we present research, is to invite some representatives from different organizations and have a brainstorming session with them as well. And again, to try to incorporate positive peace or socioeconomic resilience into the mandates and objectives as well. For the second question, so how to include the private sector, but making sure that, this neutrality is, well, it can be a challenge, of course. We get this question a lot, actually. And well, first of all, there is a filter on those organizations, well, private sector actors that we would collaborate with, and those that, of course, if we collaborate with them, the objectives will not be aligned, or, for example, their operations and the impact that they have on certain local communities is something that will not be aligned to our mission or to the mission of other civil society actors that want to collaborate with them. So it's important to identify those that do focus on progress for development and peace as well. And for example, some of them have foundations which are like external to the company and have their own mandates as well. And well, they operate on their own objectives. So it's important to identify those, to reach out to those as well. And then at the same time, it is also important that if the private sector is impacting local communities, well, there is something that can be done. So, for example, it's important for civil society to also try to, again, discuss with the private sector and see how we can collaborate together and lessen that impact and create something positive instead. Of course, it requires a lot of negotiations and a lot of time for the projects to be implemented and approved. But if it is in place and, for example, the private sector is impacting, let's say, a community that is reliant on water, for example, Mexico, and some private sector companies, they go and they create tensions in between communities, and then not only with Mexico, but also if they share the border with the US, then of course communities from both sides get tense. Well, it's the role of civil society organizations to go tell the private sector, this is what's happening. It's not only the environment, it's also the communities, it's the stability of the community itself, and that creates projects that will support it as well. But again, it's important to identify that the objectives are aligned and both of them will have this common objective. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that very thorough answer. I'm wondering now, I see there's a question in the chat. I also want to see in the audience here, I see quite a few hands. So I think what I would do is take one question here. I think I saw Professor Bell, and what we'll do is we'll sort of do two questions at once and see who wants to answer what. Professor Bell, would you like to state your question?
Yes. Thank you so much for both presentations, and I'm very impressed by the courageous presentation of our Ukrainian colleagues about how they are keeping up civil society action even in times of war by keeping up the educational system. And if we sort of contrast how the Ukrainian society and the Russian society have developed in the last 10 or 15 years, in my perception, Ukraine has there has been a lot of civil society action. It has been possible to establish NGOs, different kinds of movements, etc. And the country has not sort of tried to hinder this. In comparison to Russia, I think the situation is very different. There is little civil society action, or it's very restricted. And I think this, in my view, also has contributed to the sort of willingness now in times of war to defend the country and keep the society together. It's sort of my hypothesis, and I'm curious to hear if you see it in a similar way.
So just one second, like I said, we'll take this question as well to a question that was posted in the chat, and from there I would definitely open the floor to anyone who wants to answer this. In the chat, there's a question from Joanna referring, it's a little bit more of a very specific strategic question as well. I think in your presentation, you were referring to the idea that there should be more support as well from Germany and from developed countries. And specifically, Joanna mentions the support of Ukraine with more weaponry and to have Ukraine win the war with arms. But also you mentioned as well the risk of Russia as a nuclear power. And I guess Joanna's fundamental question is related to this intersection of winning the war with arms, but against a country with nuclear capabilities. It's I think quite a hot topic at the moment, quite a controversial topic. So definitely for these two questions, one about the role of civil society and the relationship, especially in Ukraine, of the strength of the civil society in terms of how the people were able to band together, as well you mentioned in your presentation about how these ecological networks and these eco-villages were able to sort of transform in this time of crisis. So definitely, if you want to speak more on that, and then as well for the second question about arms.
Okay, let's start from the civil society. It's again comparison between democracy and autocratic country. And democracy always more efficient, not always, but in most cases more efficient, because these civil society organizations were also converted was converting in supporting army of Ukraine. For example, they are very fast collecting requests what is needed first on the front line and trying very fast to supply this to the army, especially it's related to the drones, to protective equipment and so on. So of course, civil society contributing also in achieving military goals, because it allowed to react very fast on the request of the army. And in comparison to this, Russian army does not have this. They does not have the support. They have lacking drones, for example. That is why our Ukrainian artillery, which is being 10 times like less powerful, or we have less artillery, more than 10 times in comparison to Russia. But our artillery much more efficient due to these drones and other night vision tools which provided by NGOs actually. And we did it during Maidan also before, like if in this resistance we have some support, this civil society arranged itself and support this activity very fast. So of course my answer, of course, it's contributing also to the victory of Ukraine. And also civil society keep our country from dictatorship. Ukraine, one of the countries who managed to keep democracy on the post-Soviet environment. And it was not easy due to other NATO. I assume if the election was fair, we didn't have Yanukovych as a president, because we have this constant impact on our internal situation. If we are talking about media, it is very complicated, because we also have to consider how autocratic countries using the instruments of democracy against democracy, including this media instrument. And it was used in Ukraine. And actually, it was very complicated for us to keep the democracy in the country, but we did it. Relating to second question, like in between these two strategies, of course, Russia is nuclear power country, but there is no way currently how to win Russia as win it on the battlefield. We have the statement they will not leave country of Ukraine. Of course, we can continue this game like small scale support and playing this resistance, but we also we should consider that Ukrainian army also can be demoralized after such long resistance, and will it contribute to the solving the situation? I think no. For sure, we need more more strong supply of weapons to the army, because otherwise we will not win. Like currently, I can observe that we have the support. It is good support, but it's only to keep status quo. But how long can we keep the status quo, considering how many soldiers die? I don't know.
May I add a few words? We have not mentioned about it today yet, but it's very important to say that this war helped us, Ukrainians, to understand who we are, to pass quickly this self-identification as nation. Before, we had an ideas in our heads that we are not enough good for nation as Ukrainians, but today our civil society, everyone who lives in Ukraine, understand very well who are they and what does it mean to be Ukrainian.
Thank you very much. I saw Malena, but we also have another question in the chat that is quite related to the question that was just posed from Anne-Marie Koch. I will read that out, and then I will also take the question from Malena. So Anne-Marie says, first, thank you all to the speakers for the presentations. And she asks, how important do you think are further embargoes of oil and gas compared to support for sending weaponry? So I think this is related, of course, to the idea of, one hand, as you said, the support with weaponry, but also socioeconomic situations. But I don't know if either of you would like to speak on this. I know also in your presentation you mentioned some different pathways to peace. Could be, maybe you have a perspective on this, but I will definitely.
Was it related to the?
Yeah, it's related to the sanctions and the embargoes of oil. Yeah, I think you also mentioned in your presentation as well. So.
Like ban buying fossil fuels for Russia is very important, because it's the main source of keeping Russian economy in good conditions. But this instrument currently could not be sufficient, because they have alternative markets. Like big share of Russian oil already bought by China, and also there is another chart I didn't present it. It was developed by some NGO, I don't remember the name, but there is a reference in my presentation. India starting to buy more fuel from Russia because they have discounts. Pakistan thinking, what should they do with this? And it is again another argument on fast resolving of the situation, because if they will think long, Russia will adapt. Also, Russian economy will be adapted to the situation. And it is important, and also we should thank the recent decisions of European Union related to like 6 stage of sanctions, in which oil is included. But again, there are a lot of exemptions. Of course, we would be happy to make stronger sanctions, but even this option is very good. But this will be contribute in the situation next year. It won't be fast.
Thank you. Maybe we can also hear the question from Malena, and if you want to address these questions, you definitely can. Okay. Yeah, Malena, would you like to?
Yeah, my question is, I think, a bit more related to the positive piece, because as I took from your presentation, and I also think this is a vital part, is, and you are also the Institute for Economics and Peace, that like the kind of building the socio-economic resilience is very important, and kind of making sure that the material needs are met. But sadly, I forgot where, in which context I heard about it, but I heard quite a strong argument for that in the past decades. I think it was kind of very much pushed by people like Bill Clinton and Tony Blair. There was an overemphasis on, if we meet the material needs of people and if we get them on the table and talking, there will be no conflict anymore. And I feel like recently there is an acknowledgement that these non-material needs of people have been kind of neglected in the analysis of how do we keep peace, or how do we construct peace. And do you feel, or do you know that there's now a shift in that, and are there already approaches on how to address these things as an NGO or something?
Wow, okay, that's a that's a very good question as well. Thanks very much for that. If there has been a shift in that, I really think that it depends on who you ask. Because even we measure the positive peace, which refers to the optimum environment for human potential to flourish. It can be described as that. But if you take a look into the countries that have increased positive peace, well, it really depends. For example, we saw that Ukraine last year, they improved in positive peace, and they have, but there are different conditions that need to be in place as well. And when you take a look at positive peace, it also means on the resilience that it can have at the moment. So it doesn't mean that because it has very high levels of positive peace, everything is perfect. Or in contrast, if it's very high in the Global Peace Index, neither. The perfect case example will be Iceland. Since we began the Global Peace Index 16 years ago, Iceland has been #1 in the Global Peace Index, which we could say like the most peaceful country. But when you take a look in the Positive Peace Report, they are ranked in, I think it's like 13th. And when we talked actually with the Prime Minister of Iceland, she said that they were very happy to be first in the Global Peace Index, but looking at the Positive Peace Reports, it's clear that they still have efforts to do. There are still, I mean, there are still communities who need more things, whether there is material or, again, for example, when you take a look at positive peace, maybe in some business environment, people need more opportunities for entrepreneurship, or again, for example, good relations with neighbor. There are still some tensions, and there are still things that need to be addressed. So I'd say that it's more like a constant project, and it's a very long term for it to actually reach that point. But we don't have really like one state that's positive peace wise is completely perfect. It's an ongoing thing. As I mentioned, like this is systemic. So it also means that according to the shocks that it will receive, or depending on other external factors, the cycle that is following might be virtuous at this time, but it might also turn into a vicious cycle. So it's important to keep in mind those conditions that are at the moment and how to continue working towards those. I hope that answered your question a bit. Is there anything else that, because it was a long question, so I'm sorry if there's something that I did not address. I mean, if it's okay, if she can, yeah. Okay, we can discuss after with huge pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have about 1 minute left until we are taking a well-deserved lunch break. If there are any last questions in the audience, we could do sort of a rapid question. There's one question in the chat, but I think, Joanna, we will save this for the panel discussions. It's a nice sort of general question. And if there are no further questions from the audience, I definitely want to take another moment to say thank you to our wonderful presenters today. And yeah, we'll definitely be able to talk to you a little bit more in the panel discussion later today. But for now, we will take a lunch break until 1:45. Yeah. So welcome back. I hope you had a nice relaxing time in the sun. And we'll now start with the last section for today. Two inputs, one from Dr. Clemens Gunther and the other one from Dr. Agota Revesz. And we'll start with Dr. Clemens Gunther, who is a lecturer at the East European Institute of the FU Berlin. And he will give us today a short introduction to the prehistories of the Russian invasion. And now I will hand over the floor to you, Dr. Gunther.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you also for having me today and giving me the possibility to give a little bit of historical background about the Russian invasion in Ukraine, a topic which is also very, very important, I guess, for your event today. And I've brought you for the next 20 minutes a short outline with me where I will talk a little bit about what are prehistories in general, what can they teach us, and then I'm trying to focus three such prehistories of the current war, which are somehow important to understand what's going on and also to understand what this will all lead to, or what this all could lead to. This will be firstly the disintegration of the Soviet and Russian Empire in 1989 to 1991. The second prehistory will focus on Russian-Ukrainian relations, and the third prehistory on the NATO enlargement. And I guess that you are familiar with many of these topics already from news and also maybe from academic studies, but nevertheless, I hope that I can give you some illuminating insights into the different prehistories. What are prehistories? It's kind of a try to translate the German word Vorgeschichten, which is very topical in German news and German media. And if we take a minimal definition, prehistories cover all events preceding a historical event. And if we speak about the Russian invasion into Ukraine, starting in late February, as such an historical event, it leads us to the question how we can assess the events which preceded this invasion. The problem with the genre of prehistories is this, that it's not entirely clear which events and actors actually belong to the prehistory and which do not. Just to give an example, we can narrate this current conflict as a conflict between Russia and the West, or Russia and the US, but that leaves apart many of the smaller East European countries. We can also narrate this war as a Russian-Ukrainian conflict, but we are not taking into account all the other global players which are very interesting and relevant for this conflict. So this is a question which cannot be fully solved, but which we always have to keep in mind. The second problem is the question, when do we start to prehistory? In focusing on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, I always tell, does it matter, for instance, if we speak about the Treaty of Pereyaslav in mid-17th century, where kind of the integration of Ukrainian lands into the Russian imperial state began? Does that still matter? Is it still relevant? Or is it enough to focus on the prehistory of the last, I would say, 10 years? So this is all not entirely clear, and is also always contested. And the third problem with prehistory is that we also have to consider the ethical implications of creating a prehistory. A prehistory is never kind of a neutral or objective narration, but if someone tells you a prehistory, he or she always has some normative issues in mind. They want to share guilt, they want to share responsibility, they want to make a certain political point, and academians are no exception in that either. So just keep that in mind. Why is it important to focus on prehistories? It's important because prehistories define kind of historical and present agency. The question who can act, who is empowered to act, particularly relevant in respect to the agency of smaller nations. You all remember the beginning of this war in late February, early March, where the Ukrainian army was not really considered a real opponent for the Russian military, and this proved to be wrong. But in many prehistories, the Ukrainians do not really count, particularly in prehistories from the Russian side. which always tell the history of Ukrainian statehood as kind of invented history, or as kind of a result of American or European agenda, so not really as a genuine will of Ukrainian people. So this is important to focus on this side of the actors. And the other thing is that the prehistories are crucial for analyzing such things like historical guilt and responsibilities. I talked about that. What I will do in the following is to speak about prehistory only in the plural. So one idea I want to forward today to you is that there's never such a thing like a single prehistory, but prehistories are always existing in plural. They are constructions, but there are various degrees of legitimate and illegitimate prehistories. Just to give one example of an illegitimate prehistory, you probably remember Vladimir Putin justifying the invention with the genocide of Russian people in the Donbass, or with preventing a genocide in Crimea back in 2014. These are kind of illegitimate prehistories because such a genocide or genocidal idea never existed in Ukrainian policy towards Crimea, for instance, in 2013 or 2014. But what is a legitimate and what is an illegitimate prehistory is, of course, always somehow contested. And prehistories are normative narratives, I already told you that, and they tell you about the past, but they also tell you something about the present, namely how the past is created in different circumstances. And if you speak with Russians, or if you follow Russian media, you will fastly recognize that they tell you a totally different story as the story you can read in German media or by German experts. And it is important to understand why such different pasts are created and how this is actually working. And academians are kind of in a double position within this whole discourse. They have the task of analyzing these prehistories and the production of prehistories, but we also contribute to producing prehistories. And I'm doing both today. This is kind of a paradoxical role, and you should judge me critically on doing that, and you can also ask critically about the normative and political implications of my talk today. But it's important that there is no such thing like a objective, non-normative prehistory of this war, of any war. So that's kind of of my preliminary remarks about the genre of prehistories. And now I'm going to focus on the first prehistory, which seems to be, for me, quite relevant. And this is dealing with the disintegration of the Soviet Union. You probably know that Russia has an imperial history which lasts at least for the last 350 years. And this imperial history somehow ended, not fully ended, but ended to a significant part in 1991 as the Soviet Empire was disintegrated and broke up. And the Soviet Empire was an imperial construction consisting of 15 different republics, and all these republics, including the Russian Republic, declared independence throughout 1991, and with the end of 1991, the Soviet Union was officially disintegrated and ended as a state and as an imperial state. Here you see in this map, you see all the republics and the dates of their independence. And also in Ukraine, independence and the path towards independence was a very relevant issue in 1991. I brought here the data from the official referendum back in December 1991, where, as you can see, a majority of Ukrainians in every Ukrainian oblast or republic voted for independence, with some regional differences. The most striking differences in Crimea, where only 54%, a slight majority of the population, voted in favor of independence. You also see that in the Donbass and in the areas on the Romanian border and across Odessa, were also kind of smaller numbers supporting independence, but they were still significant, with 85 or 83 to 90%. And yes, this was the path towards Ukrainian independence. And from the beginning, that means from 1991 onwards, there were Russian endeavors to reintegrate the empire somehow. There were institutionalized endeavors to bring these states, which were now independent states, together somehow. One one important initiative was the Commonwealth of Independent States, the CIS. We probably also know the German abbreviation GUS, which was established already in 1991, and Ukraine was a part of this Commonwealth until 2018. But this Commonwealth never made it to the state where they could establish powerful institutions and a powerful joint policy making. This was kind of compensated by the creation of the Eurasian Economic Union, which was in first respect the economic union, but in second respect also kind of an idea of something like a Eurasian version of the European Union, integrating some of the states of the post-Soviet sphere more closely. And the Russian side wanted Ukraine to join this for many years, but Ukraine rejected membership, and this was a very important background for the 2013-2014 Maidan revolution. And you probably remember that Ukraine had to decide to either join the European Union path or the Eurasian path, and as Yanukovych rejected signing this cooperation agreement with the European Union, the Maidan actually emerged. And the third institutionalized endeavor was the Collective Security Treaty Organization, which is not so well known in the West, but which became kind of a powerful actor early this year, as this Collective Security Treaty Organization firstly kind of acted together by preventing this Kazakh revolution. You probably remembered all these protests in Almaty and Astana back at the beginning of the year, and troops were sent to Kazakhstan and in Kazakhstan. So this revolution was denied, and this Collective Security Treaty Organization, kind of more military organization, was for the first time probably more or less present than this year. And although you are often told that this process of disintegration of the Soviet Empire was a more or less peaceful development, it was not that peaceful actually, because from the beginning there were different wars in Transnistria in 1992. There was a war, there was the Tajik civil war in the early 1990s, also a very violent conflict. And you see that as a result of these conflicts, some kind of independent people's republics were created in Transnistria. You know about that republic on the western Ukrainian borders. It's a very, very small republic controlled and secured by Russian troops. There was a war in Georgia in 2008, where these formerly more or less independent republics of Abkhazia and Southern Ossetia were also granted the state of People's Republic, and you see the same idea now in 2013, 2014 with the establishment of the Donetsk and the Luhansk People's Republic. So there's kind of a scheme we can detect by analyzing this prehistory. And another violent conflict which also mattered for the emergence of the Ukrainian invasion this year was the war in Nagorno-Karabakh. There was a war back in the early 1990s where the Armenian side kind of defeated the Azeris and could control a significant part of their territory, and the Azeris kind of fought back 2 years ago, and the Armenians were defeated and lost a significant part of the territory they gained in the earlier conflict. And Russia had a very dubious role there, supporting somehow both sides and then coming up as a political agent, establishing peace there, but also kind of playing both sides against each other somehow. And this was kind of also a role model for this invasion, because this war was not really much covered in Western media, and the Russians thought that if they bring in modern technical equipment, elite troops as the Azeris did, they can in a very, very short range of time change territorial borders in the Caucasus, but also in Ukraine. And this proved wrong, but this is just important to keep that in mind. And this was the Russian side, and it's also important to tell you the other story, that there were kind of decolonizing endeavors in the former Soviet republics, of course, to a very different degree. So you probably know about Belarus, where they're still very close to Russia, and other states like the Baltic republics, where they moved far away from Russia, but more or less with some regional differences. We had some kind of the same recurring patterns, namely the strengthening of national heritage, the establishment of museums of national history, national art galleries, constructing something like a national history. This was an important part in strengthening national language and culture, which actually meant that people were animated and motivated to speak the language of their national state, be it in Kazakhstan, be it in Ukraine, or in other Central Asian republics. And they also tried to establish independent media structures. For instance, in Ukraine, this is a point which is debated every year, how Russian-speaking population can access Russian media. Should they be able to access Russian media? Should they be able to access Ukrainian media? So these are topics which also play a role in all of these former Soviet states, with of course with big regional differences. And there were different paths towards integration models beyond the Soviet model. So there were this idea of European integration. So the Baltic states joined the European Union in the early 2000s. Ukraine wanted to do it like that. Moldova is on this path as well. In Belarus, there are influential voices to this direction. In Georgia, there are voices to this direction. But there are also players who are looking for new alliances with other imperial or powerful nations in the immediate neighborhood. For instance, in Central Asia, the alliances with China were strengthened in Central Asia and in the Caucasus, particularly in Azerbaijan. The alliance with Turkey was strengthened. And another final kind of decolonizing endeavor is the buildup of new independent military structures. So to replace Soviet equipment, Russian equipment, to bring in new equipment. The famous Bayraktar drones you're probably knowing from the media, which are used, Turkish equipment, NATO equipment, US, European equipment. So this is also kind of part of these decolonizing endeavors. And what also contributes to that prehistory is that there is a prehistory of protest and resistance in the post-Soviet sphere against Russian-leaning governments, which can be traced back to the early 2000s. You probably know the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, where Viktoriia Khrutba came into power. You have maybe heard about this revolution in Kyrgyzstan 1 year later, about the Rose Revolution in Georgia in 2003. And these are from the early 2000s, and there were two other revolutions which were very, very important also for the Russian side, because the Russians kind of feared that these revolutionary movements could also spring into Russia somehow. There was this big wave of protests in Belarus in 2021, and there was also a big protest movement in Kazakhstan this year. And what actually came up as but both regimes could secure their power, but what they actually realized is that they do not have any real support within the population. So in Belarus, people have thought for a long time, okay, it's about 85 to 90% are actually supporting Lukashenko, but they didn't. So actually a vast majority of the country was against this ruler, and in Kazakhstan it was the same with Nazarbayev and Tokayev, his successor. And this kind of was very alarming for the Russian government, and it's important to keep that in mind. Why they intervened in Ukraine, this also has to do with that prehistory. And what can they teach us? That, just to sum up, imperial tropes and policies persist throughout Russian and Soviet history of the last 300 years. This is not a thing which came up, I don't know, in the last years, but this is a very long prehistory. You maybe have seen this video of Vladimir Putin comparing himself with Peter the Great. So this is about 300 years from the early century, for 18th century back. So you see that this is a very, very long-lasting job. That Ukraine is a primary object of Russian imperial policy. Yeah, we all know that, but it's not the only one. It's not only about Ukraine, it's about the bigger post-Soviet spheres. And Russia is, of course, not the only neo-imperial power, but there are some specifics about Russian neo-imperialism. For instance, so this idea of the Russian world, that all these people are actually, to a different degree, kind of Russians, that they create these fake states, these people's republics, and that they all also want to make the residents of these people's republics their own citizens. So this process of passportization, where they distribute Russian passports in Luhansk, in Donetsk, now in Kherson, or in Abkhazia. This is also kind of peculiar for Russia because the US has not distributed American passports in Iraq or Afghanistan, although you can also adopt this an imperial intervention if you like. I'm not arguing about that, but this is kind of specific for the Russian intervention. And there are different rationalities behind these endeavors to imperial reintegration, and geopolitical rationales, but also economic, cultural, and emotional ones. And what can we learn from that? So imperial disintegration is all but peaceful and smooth, and we have to integrate Russian cases more into the discussions about imperiality, coloniality, and we also have to raise awareness among critical Russian citizens for Russia's imperial history. And this is, I think, a fault which we have to assess also in academia, but also in public discourse in Germany, not only there, that we have not really talked with oppositional forces in Russia for the last 10, 20 years about this imperial moment. And it's crucial. We know now it's crucial to assess that. And another kind of point which we have to self-critically engage with is that, particularly in the 1990s and the early 2000s, we did not really offer alternative models for Russia for cultural, political, economical integration beyond the imperial model. So this also is kind of self-critical from our Western side. Coming to the second prehistory, Russian-Ukrainian relations, which is of course related to the first prehistory, but which also has some peculiarities. So if we're looking at Ukrainian history, you probably know that Ukraine is a state with a multi-imperial legacy. So parts of Ukraine have been for centuries part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Austro-Hungarian Empire controlled parts of Ukraine, particularly in the western part of Ukraine, and the Russian Empire, of course, controlled parts of today's Ukraine for hundreds of years. And Ukraine has a long history of denied statehood and denial of an own language, culture, history. So Ukrainians couldn't speak their language in public. In 19th century, they couldn't publish books, newspapers whatsoever for a very, very long time. There is this, and this is just important to keep that in mind, that the thirst for an own statehood, which you can observe in today's Ukraine, also has to do with this long history. And there are different ways to see Russian-Ukrainian relations. I gave you just both sides, from the Russian or from the Soviet sides. There is this famous narrative of Triedienst, something like Trinity, which actually means that the Russians, the Ukrainians, and the Belarusians are actually one big people, and they belong together. And there's an illustration from early 20th century. So you see, this is not really a new invention, but has a very, very long tradition. You see Russia in the center, the Russian flag as the only state flag, and the Ukrainians and the Belarusians on the side, but as part of the same imperial state. And this view of Trinity is shared by many oppositional voices as well. Just to give you one example, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, you probably know, the former Nobel Prize laureate, also very, very much was in favor of this Trinity policy. And there's this long Soviet narrative of the friendship of the people, that all these peoples in the Soviet Union were peacefully living together with the Russians at the front, and all the others were gathering and were thankful to the Russians that they lead them into the future. So this is also kind of a propagandistic narrative from the one side, and from the other side, from the Ukrainian side, they see totally different. They see Russia as kind of a hostile force, which initiated the Holodomor, kind of a genocide by hunger, which is very, very present in Ukrainian discourse in the 1930s. There is a long history of repression against Ukrainian dissidents and against Ukrainian activists for national independence. I just brought you one picture from Vasil Stus, a famous Ukrainian dissident who died in the Gulag in the late Soviet period. And this is also kind of contributed to the Russian dominance and to Russian policy. And another final moment you're all familiar with is this catastrophic heritage in Ukraine. You know about Chernobyl and this big catastrophe, radiation, everything, which is also kind of contributed to Russian and Soviet policy, and therefore there's a very strong anti-Soviet, anti-Russian sentiment in today's Ukraine. And just to give you something like of the recent prehistory, you probably know that. So
Dr. Gunther,
Yes.
I would ask you just to kindly finish up the next minute or two, if possible.
Okay, I do that. I do that. Yeah. So
Thank
you see, Euromaidan, annexation of Crimea, war in the People's Republics, the Minsk Treaty, end of political dialogue, and yeah. So to sum up, denial of Ukrainian statehood through Russian history. Ukraine is a central part of narratives of Russian national culture. The Kiev Rus should be named here as the birthplace of the alleged birthplace of Russia, and it's also a multi-dimensional God. It's not just about politics or economics; it's also cultural conflict, and we can learn about that. That's the conflict is not limited to questions of political alliances or territories, but it's a bigger conflict about, is Ukraine actually a state, and can this state be granted a statehood? And the third piece, just to name it, I don't have any time left. I already see that it's the NATO enlargement narrative. You already know that NATO enlarged after 1991 to Eastern Europe, and this was kind of a provocation towards Russia, and Ukraine wanted to join NATO. It was denied in 2008 at the summit in Bucharest, and actually they had to refrain from that. And now Russia thought that NATO is armoring up Ukraine, and they thought that we have to intervene there. Otherwise, they will threaten our territories. Not going into that, and it's part of a bigger clash of civilization, and particularly in Russia, where on the one side you have Russia, and on the other side you have the West, different cultures which are not really coming together and which have to clash anyway. So I will end up with that, and you also see that this NATO enlargement. What I want to stress is it was a complex multi-sided. It was not just like NATO expanding into Eastern Europe, but many of these Eastern Europeans that actually wanted to join. It was a genuine goal of many East European countries, and in Russia, and Russia was part of this process. The NATO-Russia relations, NATO-Russia Council, Russia granted this process in the 1990s, and nevertheless, it's now perceived as a more general and pervasive cultural clash. And in Russia, NATO is not any longer seen as a defensive alliance, but as an offensive alliance trying to expand the territory, and this makes it quite difficult to bring in this NATO topic. I didn't talk about it so long because I'm sure that you will ask some questions in the Q&A section. I'm happy to enlarge upon that and later. I'm sorry for speeding up in the end a little bit, but nevertheless, I hope that I could give you some of the prehistory. I think the first two ones were probably more important for you because you know about that from German media as well, and yeah, I'm happy to answer your questions and to get into dialogue with you later.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much for this very in-depth and very interesting input. I think what I would do now, Agota, you're definitely up next, but I would like to maybe give a minute or so to everyone to just sort of process all the information that we just got, and maybe take some time to write down some questions that you may have for the Q&A round that will come up after the next input. So I'll just give you all a minute, and then we'll start at 22, the next presentation. So here we have a wonderful presenter, Dr. Agota Revesz, who is a sinologist and former diplomat and professor at the China Center TU Berlin. And as we see here, she will give us a very nice introduction into how this sort of all fits together in a global context. And without further ado, I'll hand it over to you, Agota. I think you also will share your own slides, if that's correct.
Definitely, yes. So if you could take the slide out, I will then start sharing mine. Yes, okay. Can you all see my screen?
We can see it. You just need to go into presentation mode.
No, I cannot go into presentation mode, unfortunately, because then my software starts skipping a few slides, and I definitely want to avoid that. So if you can see my screen well enough, I'd wish to stay here. But maybe this is somewhat better.
Should be fine. That's no
So
problem.
it should be okay, because I do not want to skip slides. So I will try to speed up a bit, and indeed my presentation links up very well to that of Professor Gunther. I will try to position this war a little bit into the global context, even though it's of course a huge topic. First of all, I want to say a few words about the history of polarities. We are talking about newer times now. You have just heard about the Cold War among conflict among the US and the Soviet Union. And after that, after the breakup of the Soviet Union after 91, we had a rather long period, or at least it seems to us to be long in our lives. It is long. In history, it's a different dimension, but we had a period of US hegemony. And what we saw actually in the meantime, and I want to emphasize this, is China's rise. This is something that we keep hearing about. Very important to know that it actually started with the opening of China in 1978. And from that point on, with foreign direct investment pouring into China, literally pouring into China. So Western companies set up affiliates in China and basically manufacturing, as we are aware of, moved to a large part into China. Compare these two figures here. In 1985, China's GDP per capita was below $300 US. And now, I could only access data from 2 years ago. It's over $10,000 US. Now, take a look also at this comparison. US GDP now is almost $60,000 US. But it's actually, I mean, if you take this line of development, it doesn't seem to be that far from for China. And actually, China has this goal by 2049, that is the 100th anniversary of the People's Republic of China. China actually wants to have a GDP equal to that of Western countries, also to that of the United States. If you take that into account, that the population of China is 4 times as many as that of the United States, the Chinese economy will be 4 times as big as that of the United States. So there is reason to get worried for the United States. I would say I would date the new Cold War from now. New Cold War meaning an antagonism between the United States and China. Very briefly, I want to skim through the choices China made or could have made. Going back to the Opium Wars, actually up to the creation of the People's Republic, China saw the West in a very schizophrenic dual perspective. The West was an enemy on the one hand and a model of development on the other hand. From the early 20th century to 61, to up to the Sino-Soviet split, the Soviet Union was a model, social model for China, and after then came a period when China was basically isolated from the world, you know, about the Cultural Revolution, everything, and starting from the opening, the West was basically taken as a model. Now, this is very important. From this point on, we in the West, and when I'm talking about the West, of course, it's a very vague concept, what you mean by the West, but I would rather say just the Anglo-American countries and Europe. The West took China's westernization for granted, that they have chosen this path and they will be a nice liberal democracy just like we are. That was a fallacy. We basically cheated ourselves. China for a while was really considering this option and was hesitating between these two options, whether to fit into the Western paradigm or to construct a national identity and a national development path. And actually, after the economic financial crisis in 2008, China has chosen this latter one. This is also what we can see today. a few words about China-US relations. The United States, after the Second World War, was very articulate about its position towards China, actually towards the whole of Asia. The position was to maintain position of disparity, meaning keep America rich and use Asia for that. It was very, very articulate in several policies after the Second World War. What happened after 78, as all these investments started pouring into China, and they were all decisions at that time, rational decisions of Western corporations. They, of course, resulted in immense profit in the Western world, but also for China. So China really got richer. After China's WTO accession in 2008, there was a hope that China would fully integrate into the global liberal market economy, but it did not happen. Actually, I should rather say it hasn't happened up to now. Gradually, as China's economy caught up, and not just the production sector, so not just the export processing bit, as we call that, but also China started investing into innovations, into technology. As you all know, that China started having its own big corporations. So this support that China enjoyed by the American corporations until the 2010, early 2010s, turned into a hostility due to competition within the Chinese market between US corporations and Chinese domestic corporations. So actually, although American policy towards China, foreign policy, was not very friendly, the balance, as this author has put it very recently, the balance was kept up because the corporations were really trying to keep up friendly ties with China. Starting from the 2010s, it was not the case any longer, and China practically became #1 enemy for the United States. I mean, it's not my narrative; it's a narrative you can read all over the place. Many publications have appeared on that. One, of course, particularly eloquent example of that is Trump's trade war, but it did not change with the change of government in the USA. So just as the Biden administration stood up, a very, very, very China bashing article appeared in the Atlantic, basically denouncing China as really the #1 enemy of the United States. Now, a brief look at relations between China and the EU. I do quote Voltaire here from the early 18th century, the wisest and best governed country in the world. And I mean, China still kept to occupy a very important position in the Western European minds. With the Opium Wars, already before that was actually the very cause of the Opium Wars. There was this dream of the Chinese market, that this is the market we need to conquer in order to prosper. And with that, this China-West dichotomy, Zhongxi is the Chinese version, came into being, and it is still very, very strongly there in the Chinese minds, also in the Chinese policies. So basically, it says, I mean, it positions China and the West as two antagonistic poles. And there was a narrative in China that China should keep its its Chineseness, its soul, its national identity, but is allowed, or actually is required, to import foreign technology in order to reach national development. A step further, right at the very beginning, as China started opening up the gates, the European community, predecessor of the EU, already had a trade agreement with China, and this happy dating lasted until the early 2000s. After that, the EU had actually very similar problems with China as the United States. So dumping policies, government interference into economy, they were all basically economic problems, so framed in economic terms. And finally, in 2019, in a European white paper, China got defined as partner, competitor, and rival. And this is what keeps returning in EU policy papers all the time. Very briefly about China-Russia. Very bumpy road, I should say. From the Qing Dynasty, Opium Wars, Russia actually seized a territory the size of France and Germany combined from China. So that was no reason for very good friendship. After that, during this initial communist period as a communist party, I wouldn't call it communist period, but after the Communist Party was set up in China, the Soviet Union was the big brother for China in political terms. And after the Sino-Soviet split, the relations worsened significantly. And now what we see these days is actually that this big brother narrative is has kind of reversed, and now it's not the Soviet Union that is the big brother, but it's China that is the big brother, but now not in political, but in economic terms. They have very similar political structures, so we can, of course, call both leaderships authoritarian, even though I want to add something on that, and there's the unlimited presidency. They actually agree on respective spheres of influence, China being influential rather in the Asia-Pacific region and Russia in Central Asia. China's GDP is 10 times that of Russia. So, I mean, there is a real imbalance, and of course, China needs fossil fuels from Russia. I'm sure you're aware of that. Very important aspect is that the Western narrative that was directed at China and also at Russia, I would say in the past at least 10 years, has basically driven China and Russia together. So following the logic of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, as you can see, I wouldn't say they completely joined hands, but they are standing close enough. I will add something to that. Now, a few aspects on East-West or democracies versus autocracies. The East-West, that is the cultural framing, was very prominent, I would say, up to the early 2000s. It has its ancestor, the yellow peril narrative, and I'm sure you're familiar with the work of Oswald Spengler, The Decline of the West, proposing rise of Asia. There have been a lot of narratives around employing this basic East versus West framing. What we have now increasingly, I wouldn't say completely replacing, but partly replacing the East-West framing is the democracies versus autocracies framing, which is a political systems framing. which is actually only partly new because it has very deep Manichaean roots. That is, the world is visualized as a fight between good and evil. And there are several reasons why this framing became more popular. Of course, Western democracies are trying to keep Japan, Singapore, and India, for instance, in their sphere of influence. And actually, it's also a kind of, we could also hear something about it in the first presentation today. Mr. Dembinski was also talking about this, that we are the democracies, we have to shield ourselves. Actually, my quote comes from his presentation, shielding ourselves against autocracies. That's what he says. It kind of implies that we are the civilized ones, and we have to defend civilization against the barbarians. We are the good ones, and as a surplus, also our belief that we should free all those people who are suffering in their autocratic regimes. That's also our responsibility. I can only say it's just completely false. So it's a fallacy. Our next speaker today, Mr. Zollmann, did talk about how harmful consequences the export of democracy had globally. And actually, due to this very militant democracy export, the trust of the global South, I will talk about that in a minute, was deeply undermined in our democracies. And this narrative has basically, as I've just mentioned, that driven Russia and China into one camp. A few words about the global South. The global South do share colonial past with China. There is a deep understanding there. They have different interests, different interests from the West. So for the global South, Russia and China are important, and friendly relations are very important for them. They have a very different political media environment. So I would say there are these cognitive bubbles these days globally. So Russia has its own cognitive bubble created by mainstream media narratives. China has its own cognitive bubble, but we, as Mr. Zollmann has also referred to, we also have our cognitive bubble. And it's very important that all those states in the global South, they don't share it, right? So they have a very different perspective on what is going on. I definitely want to point this out. Do read it by the External Affairs Minister of India, interviewed just 2 weeks ago, saying, I'm not sure if all of you can read the screen, so let me read it out. Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. And he added, I have 1/5 of the world's population. Okay, so there are major differences in the perspective. The global South don't share this democracies, autocracies framing because they see a lot of options in between. Actually, they do have things in between. And they are actually very bitter about being left out of the international world order. Their perception is that what has been defined as international this far is actually not international, but Western. I want you to read this quote. This is from an interview with an Indian philosopher, historian, Pankaj Mishra, who is talking about how misleading figures can be. Right? The UN General Assembly voting was communicated as widespread international support for Ukraine all over the Western media, but what he's saying is, yes, if you take a look at the figures, how many countries have sided with Ukraine and how many were actually abstaining. And he's saying those abstaining are actually the vast majority of the human population. And I find this this last sentence very, very, very important. He says, so I think the idea that the international community is united against Russia is a delusion. China and the Ukraine war, that's my final slide. There was a Putin-Xi Jinping meeting right before the invasion. It might well be, I would say, I actually think it's true, that Putin did wait until the Winter Olympics got ended in China. It's very hard to say whether Xi Jinping did know about the coming invasion. Could be. I mean, I think no one knows that apart from Xi Jinping. The war in China is seen as a proxy war, and China widely blames NATO for it. China's response is, after the invasion, China decided to stand back and watch. Also to weigh the possible consequences of a similar invasion over Taiwan. And China is also kind of preparing for a decoupling, also measuring out what happens if possible sanctions come over China. Actually, this preparation for decoupling is already underway with the plan announced formally, so not now, it's not very new, the idea of dual circulation, that China should focus on the national market and not on the international market. Taiwan is a very difficult question. I think status quo would be ideal for everyone, but I'm not that sure that it can be maintained. So it's the clash point, it's the very point of a potential conflict between China and the United States. So we are having a Cold War, and it might become a hot war between China and the United States. Very revealing from 2 days ago, Putin-Xi Jinping phone call, and there was a Russian interpretation of it that they were talking about trade and military ties, and there was a Chinese interpretation of it that they were talking about peace and economic stability. We are talking about the exact same phone call. One last sentence before I finish. So when I'm saying the international community, or if you take the global South into consideration, the war in Ukraine and the Western stance on the war of Ukraine, military support and everything, does not enjoy white support there. I'm not framing it in a moral way, okay? I'm trying to be very, very realistic. These are things we need to be aware of, right? And somehow those voices never reach us, and I find it a very, very big problem.
If anyone has questions, as I said also before, it can be addressed to one of the presenters or both.
Just a moment.
There's a question from the back of the auditorium, so give us a moment.
So as a Taiwanese, I'm happy that you mentioned about Taiwan. So it's a complicated question. Like, is it possible to say the state status, the state quo status? But I do have a question for Dr. Gunther, that in the last few slides, there's a map showing different colors, which the West, those countries are in blue and China is in red, but you include Taiwan as red. So I wonder, is there any meaning in it? Or because I think our mentality is more like Western mentality. So that's my question.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Though there was not really an intention into that. I was just looking up for a map illustrating Huntington's kind of cultural circles. Agota was also mentioning in her talk with colors, and I just found that as the best map and the best illustration. So there was no meaning in regard to Taiwan. So, but thank you for pointing to that. I will add this information if I bring up this map the next time.
Yeah, I think it's also relevant, of course, in the Ukrainian context, as you were presenting in this sort of historical and cultural context of how do we identify with certain areas, for example, of Central Asia as being more Russian, and maybe a similar conversation in Taiwan as well of how we in the West also perceive these blocks to be somewhat homogenous in cultural and social identity. Looking again into the audience. Yes, Abhilash.
Yes, I mean, my question was like, in one of the slides of Agota, there was mentioned from the Indian foreign minister, and during the same conferences in the last week in different countries, there was also a point he raised that the world needs to look into different sides, and there are no blacks and whites, but there are gray zones. So how do we perceive and join this context into the Eastern European conflict and the Russian conflict and the growing Chinese conflict? Because the moment when you don't accept the gray zones, the conflicts get intensified and you have a hot war situation. So how the EU sees this situation in terms of to deal with the possible conflicts in the future, because conflict with China would be quite devastating in terms of its ramifications because of its economic giant status.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but I'm trying to respond to the gray zones, or actually what I wish to respond to is not the gray zones themselves, because I don't find the formulation gray zones very fitting. So gray is not a good color, I think. I'd rather say we definitely should dismantle the black and white perspective, and especially the perspective that we are always right. So it's just, I mean, just if you start thinking of it, it cannot possibly be true. So, I mean, we keep deceiving ourselves by that. And I mean, this division of the world, I mean, if we go on like this, it will definitely, absolutely lead to more conflict. I'm afraid it might lead to a lot bigger conflicts than what we are having now. So first thing, it definitely has to be dismantled, and I don't see how. I mean, if I knew how, I wouldn't be sitting here, but somewhere different, yeah. And yeah, so I think the only option is that you, how should I put it, that we acquire literacy about also about those who are the blacks for us now. I would even say that we acquire strategic literacy so that we can conduct talks and meaningful communication. We are running in the opposite direction now. So actually, we are. I mean, the Ukraine war is a story of escalation this far, and I wish I could see a way of de-escalation, but that's not the direction we are heading for. So I'm actually very pessimistic, because in order to achieve all that, in order to dismantle the black and white perspective, in order to accept that there are very, very different perspectives and very different priorities and very different narratives and very different histories and very different identities. So, I mean, unless we do so, we will just get stuck in this cold, and I don't want to say possibly hot war. So, and it would require such a deep mental shift that I don't see how it could happen. I mean, it definitely won't happen overnight. It won't happen like this.
I think what you're also referring to often is this concept of the other, no? This dissolution of this concept of it is me versus you.
Yeah.
It's a very fundamental human problem. Like you said, there's no easy answers, but communication, I think, is one point that you mentioned out. That's quite vital. The more that you're in contact, the more that you know the people that you consider to be the other, the less likely you are to consider them the other. Thank you very much, Abhilash. Is that more or less clear? Thank you. I'm looking also in the auditorium again to check in.
I think I have a question in the chat.
There's some nice questions in the chat for sure from Anna.
Can I then? So
Yes,
I
don't think everyone in the auditorium can read the chat, so I will go ahead and read out the first question. So Anna asks, could you explain us a bit more about the westernization of China and why is it taken by, I'm not sure what the last part is, by Gung? Is that an author or?
I think the idea was why it was taken for granted.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah. Okay, of course it's a long story, westernization of China. It basically started with the Opium Wars as China had to realize that the Western powers are a lot stronger because they are industrial powers. So there was a huge industrialization drive in China. And there was also a significant backlash. So people in China did demonstrate against Western influence already at the early 20th century. But there was also always this dynamic that China was trying to catch up, and in order to catch up, China took over technologies. China took over the education system. China took over also a significant amount of Western philosophy. So the Western was not just Western money, but also Western everything. Western civilization was very much present in China. Right? I would say starting from the mid-19th century with different intensities throughout the different periods, but it was there. Why was it taken for granted? Because somehow we in the West thought once China's economy becomes a normal liberal market economy, it would be followed by social change. It would be followed once people get rich enough. And that was also why the West supported China's getting rich, because the idea was once people reach a certain standard of life, they will start demanding democracy for themselves. This did not happen. So if you had elections in China now, tomorrow, Xi Jinping would be elected. And you could say it's all due to the to media propaganda. I would say it's partly due to the media propaganda, but it's only to a tiny part due to the media propaganda.
Thank you. And we can also go through the second question in the chat. What is the other kind of political system that you consider is made in the global south?
Well, I would say, I mean, of course, you can take a look at India, right? They have democracy, but still that democracy doesn't seem to function the way our Western liberal democracies. Also, yeah, that's a very complex question and very difficult to answer because, for instance, if you take at Southeast Asian states, also, for instance, to Singapore, that's also a mixture. So you have certain features of democracy, but you also you do not have full democracies. So it has also a lot to do with different historical traditions. So, for instance, in Asia, where Confucianism is still a decisive philosophy in the society, also for the organization of society, it's actually very, very difficult to introduce democracy. It doesn't happen from one day to the other that you start having the exact same system that we are having here. So you keep having a very, very diverse, palette of political systems, and as we have seen in several cases, as soon as you start importing the goody Western democracy into these societies, it's kind of bound to fail because those societies do not run along those lines. They do not run along this logic. So yeah.
Thank you. I think the last question from Anna is more directed to Dr. Gunther, if I'm not mistaken, but for either of you to address this. But she asks, could you explain to us something about the Donbass conflict history? And follow up, is it true that there are neo-Nazi movements there as well?
Yeah, thank you very much. This is also a very important question because the actual sides of the war matter, of course. And Donbass, I told you about the very heterogeneous multi-imperial history of Ukraine from the 19th century onwards. So the Donbass is kind of was for a very long time the stronghold of pro-Russian parties in Ukraine. So Viktor Yanukovych, the former prime minister, was from there. Rinat Akhmetov, you probably heard about him. He's one of the most important oligarchs in Ukraine, had all his factories there. The biggest one, this steel factory in Mariupol, you all know about. And the Donbass is a region where the majority of the people is speaking Russian, but which also has a high significance for Ukrainian national identity. So, for instance, in Kharkiv, the first Ukrainian National University was founded in early 19th century. In Zaporizhia, it's called kind of the birthplaces of Ukrainian Cossack movement. So a very strong emotional attachment also to Ukrainian national sentiments. And it's also a multinational region. So the city of Donetsk, the first name of the city of Donetsk was Hughes. And Hughes actually stands for the name of a Welshman, John Hughes, who founded the first steel factory there. So you see, it was also from the 19th century region where many people from all over the world came, and it has a huge economic significance, but also political significance, of course, and religious significance. You probably remember these pictures from the Sviatohirsk monastery at the front line at the moment, which was kind of damaged in the last weeks, and which is crucial for Russian Orthodoxy, and it's also a site where very violent wars took place already in the Russian Civil War in the early 1920s. In the Second World War, some of the biggest battles were in Donbass, actually, or close to the Donbass. and people are still fighting about this region, and it's very, very difficult to assess it because both sides have strong sentiments towards this region. And about the neo-Nazis, it's not really that neo-Nazis movements are from there, so this is a misunderstanding. What we will probably allude to is that in the Donbass, particularly in the city of Mariupol, a Ukrainian regiment was based, the Azov regiment, which was often associated with Ukrainian neo-Nazism. And there for sure was some Ukrainian neo-Nazism in the early 2010s. You probably know about the flags of this regiment, which kind of imitate SS symbols and stuff like that. But this regiment also changed. So it's not a homogeneous group. It's just about 1,500, 2,000 people, so it's not a very big group, and they changed also. New people came in, so this neo-Nazism was also critically assessed. This does not mean that it fully vanished, but it's not really a stronghold of Ukrainian and neo-Nazi sentiment. And it's also important to see that the Russian side has a strong interest to make Ukraine a Nazist state, and there is a Nazi past in Ukrainian history, but there's also a past of alleged Nazism in Ukraine, used as a kind of a political argument from the Russians to discredit Ukraine. So this makes it very, very difficult, and you have to see it on different sides to really assess the significance of such discourses. And I could give you a talk about, I don't know, an hour about Nazism in Ukraine and the problems associated with that. But there's not just one truth and one single and simple answer to such questions. It's just important to stress.
Yeah, I think that's a message we're getting quite a lot through different talks about this sort of perspective of truth as well, depending on which side you're listening to. Thank you very much. I look again to the auditorium if there are some questions. I think in the chat, there are no more questions. Maybe. If not, we also have some questions, but yeah, Dr. Zollmann. Please. Or no.
Thanks. I just thought if there's no other question from the students, I might fill a question because I had, of course, some things in mind. So thank you very much for the presentations. That was really interesting. I mean, I'm not sure if this is for both of you, but I was, I think on Professor Gunther's, I think it was one of the last slides, which you really didn't have much time to talk about the NATO context. And I think Dr. Revesz might also have made some allusion, some references to NATO. I was wondering if you could comment a bit on that. I mean, I read from Professor Gunther's slide, you seem to suggest that there was a kind of, that this was maybe a bit of a benign approach of NATO in the sense that some of the East European countries wanted to join, which I guess is true. But I was still wondering whether one could argue, or what would you think about the question of the role of the NATO? Wasn't this meant to be for the times during the Cold War? So what role would NATO have had after 1990? And also maybe a question to think about is like, say, how would the United States of America react if, say, a Chinese or Russian military alliance would include nations like Cuba, or because they would want to be included, if that makes sense. So I guess Cuba and other countries in Latin America might have a very good reason to say, well, we would like to join an alliance of China and Russia because of their history with the US, I'm sure you know. So I was wondering, but obviously everyone would be quite clear about that this could mean war with the US, because thinking of the Cuba crisis or the Monroe Doctrine, which suggests that the US will not accept any rival power in what they regard as their hemisphere. And I was wondering if this analogy might not also to some extent apply to the context in Russia, with Russia, where also many scholars and also very, I suppose, high-ranking American diplomats have said that no Russian leader, whoever would be a Russian leader, could accept NATO taking in the Ukraine, even though it's of course understandable that the Ukraine, maybe some other similar countries might want to join, if that makes sense. So I hope you get the gist of my question. So maybe for both of you, but specifically for Professor Gunther as well. Just, yeah, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, and I'm sorry that I didn't have much time to speak about it. I just wanted to stress that this whole process, starting in the late 1980s, early 1990s, was really a complex process, and it should not be told just as American imperialism. So there was American imperialism, and one would be silly to deny it, but you cannot reduce everything to that. So it was really the Poles talked about it, the Ukrainians talked about it, many other states talked about it, and it was a genuine goal of these East European countries. And you have to take this serious. I was talking about agency, and it's very important, particularly also from our field, where we didn't grant agency to many of the smaller East European states for decades. It's important to also look at them as kind of sovereign individual actors who have a right to decide themselves what they want to join and what they don't want to join. And it's interesting that Russia also looked different at NATO in the 1990s. So there was the establishment of the NATO-Russia Council in 1997, and one talked about the expansion or enlargement of NATO at that time, and Russia actually accepted that, also legally accepted that, and didn't have any process against that. And then the sentiments, the atmosphere changed in the 2000s. You probably know about it, Putin's speech at the Munich Security Council, so you're familiar with that. It's important to see from the Russian side that this perspective actually changed in 1999 as NATO decided to intervene in Serbia, because up to that point, one could also argue in Russia that the NATO was kind of a defensive alliance, protecting themselves against attacks from outside. But what was actually happening in Serbia was different. It's not our topic today, and there are of course both sides, but this really changed perception in Russia. But anyway, one also has to see that we debated about Ukraine and Georgia joining NATO back in 2008. It was really a big topic back then, but it was not such a big topic in the last 10-15 years. I do not remember any serious talks and negotiations about Ukraine or Georgia joining NATO back in the last 10 years. So they wanted that, but it was not really an option for neither for German nor for American politicians. So I personally would not overestimate that, but anyway, it really defines Russian perception. But it's not just about NATO. It's not just about NATO. Therefore, I wanted to accentuate these Russian-Ukrainian relations. It's not just about Ukraine joining this or this military alliance, but it's really about Ukrainian statehood as a whole. Is Ukraine a sovereign state? And this is cannot be limited to the question, is Ukraine joining NATO, but does Ukraine have an own language? Does Ukraine have an own history? Does Ukraine have an own culture, an own religion whatsoever? And this is kind of denied and questioned by the Russian policy. And this is not going to change if Ukraine is officially refraining from joining NATO. So Zelensky offered that already at the very beginning of the talk, that this is not the primary goal of Ukrainian policy. And they would probably refrain from that, but this will not stop Russian aggression. And this will not stop the Russian invasion because the covert motives behind this invasion are different ones, which cannot be solved by questions of political alliances. So this is just a kind of my personal political opinion, but maybe it also helps you to make sense of the situation.
Agota, yeah.
Yeah, I want to add just 2 sentences. I think after the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, so after 91, there were attempts, and actually they were initiated by Gorbachev, that there should be a Eurasian Defense Alliance, that NATO has become obsolete, so we are not having the Cold War any longer, and NATO should be just ended, and we need a new Eurasian military alliance. And there were talks about this, and then the United States was not very happy about it. So NATO remained as it was. And the second idea is that, as far as I know, Putin himself wanted to join NATO at a point. So before Stoltenberg. So he was mentioning kind of I mean, it was never an official application, but kind of toying with the idea. and it was never taken any further. So I think there were options there that were not just not taken seriously, and that was also, I mean, yeah, part of the prehistory, so to say. So
yeah, just to add on that, because it's very, very important, and I'm not avoiding self-criticism. So the mistakes have been made in the 1990s and early 2000s, where the Americans, not only the Americans, but also many Europeans, didn't really have genuine interest in bringing in other states into kind of a post-Cold War security order. And we are still suffering from the mistakes being made back then. If we call them mistakes, for sure, the invasion in Iraq and Afghanistan from today's point was not the right decision. We can talk a lot about Yugoslavia in the 1990s, but this really forms the perception, and it's very difficult to change that right now and to turn back the wheel of history. So and our options right now are kind of limited, but mistakes have been made also in questions regarding NATO membership and NATO enlargement in the 1990s, and these were mistakes not only made by the Americans and by the Europeans, also the Russians had their fair share in these discussions. But anyway, we have to assess this history, this prehistory, very critically, also to avoid stuff like that in the future.
Thank you both. I think what you were saying leads us very nicely into the panel discussion in a way, because I think, as you were saying, the issues surrounding NATO are very important for understanding how we are approaching the situation that we're in at the moment. But as you said, Dr. Gunther, it's not necessarily the only thing that's going to lead us forward. And I think there was a question earlier today in the chat regarding possibilities for ending the war without the necessity of using more violence. And I think this is definitely an important question that we want to pose to everyone who's been able to present today. So at this time, I would like to invite also the previous speakers to come forward, and we'll have a panel discussion until 4 o'clock, where we'll start to discuss between ourselves these kind of questions regarding ways forward and possibilities for peace. And at this time, yeah, just take a moment and come back up. So there's still a bit of activity in the room, but we will try to go ahead and start here soon with the panel discussion. So during the panel discussion, it's definitely still fun to propose questions. We're gonna start though first with the main question. Yeah. Okay. So there was also an addition to the question that I think is quite relevant. She was asking basically also using the international perspective on solutions and pathways to peace, if I understood you correctly. So I think this is also relevant for many of us who are not Ukrainian or not Russian as well. We definitely have a large majority of international representation here, and I think that can be a quite interesting perspective also to consider. But for now, we will start with the general, but perhaps most critical question of today of our pathways towards peace and ways of ending this war without perhaps using more violence. And for this, I will open the floor. And as I said also in the chat, feel free to continue asking questions. We will take some time to address this topic, but then depending on how the panel discussion goes, we can also address for sure other questions that may become relevant. So, would anyone like to begin? Yeah, for sure. So just feel free to speak.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to say thank you. Thank you very much for your support, our country, and I hope that really today we will have a very interesting discussion. Unfortunately, I missed the first part, but about and actual problems in Ukraine. And I think that real situation in Ukraine is very difficult right now. And we really support and it's very important when Ukrainian question will be the agenda and at the top of the world discussion. And for our government and all for our citizens is very important to understand that we really have such support from all over the world. And we believe that we will win this war because we do not start it, but we should to finish it. And we are open together with my colleagues from Kyiv and also from Lviv. If you have any questions for us, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did anyone else like to address? Yes. Dr. Gunther.
Yeah, I guess this is really the key question, how to end this war. And I think one has to make one distinction. The one thing is how we end this war as kind of a violent conflict. And I guess there will be some way towards an armistice later this year, maybe earlier next year, so that at least the intensity of the conflict will decrease. But one has to distinguish this armistice from a real peace solution. And actually, it's quite hard to see at the moment a pathway to peace, because both sides have totally different narratives, and the requests from the Russian side are in many respects unacceptable for the Ukrainian side, particularly assessing all these covered war aims, which actually tend to deny Ukrainian statehood and sovereignty. And Ukraine as a state is probably unable to accept that. And it's just a question how we frame this. So if you read a Wikipedia article actually about this Russian-Ukrainian war, they say it started in 2013, 2014. So there has been something like this Minsk agreement, but this did not really bring peace. And the question is, if we want to set up something like a Minsk-free agreement, which will be probably somehow possible, the question, but this will not be a way towards peace. And I guess we have to assess that right now. It can be very, very sensible, and we have to think about ending this war and bringing it to an armistice. But it's a different way about it. This is a different question than talking about peace and towards a solution of this conflict. And I really do not see kind of an easy solution of this conflict. So this will be, to be honest, in my opinion, this will be a conflict which will still persist through the next decades, because the whole idea of the whole perception of Ukraine and the post-Soviet states from the Russian side is actually incompatible with the notion of sovereignty and independent statehood from these sides. This does not only concern Ukraine, but it also concerns Belarus, it also concerns Kazakhstan, Georgia, whatsoever. And this makes it so difficult. And I do not really see how this Russian discourse is changing somehow, and I do not see either how the Belarusians or the Ukrainians or the Kazakhs can go back to kind of a Soviet vision of the region where they are still willing to accept Soviet or Russian hegemony. So this time is also over. And that makes it so difficult. Just looking at this perspective. And yeah, that's it from my side.
Thank you. I think this also brings us back to the discussion of positive peace in a way. So not just the absence of violence, but actually positive peace itself. I don't know if Maria, if you would like to add something at this point. Have you feel free?
Thanks for the
Yeah.
your question. Well, yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking actually. And of course, one of the best solutions will be, of course, to have a ceasefire and enable dialogues at the government level as well. But I'd say that following the approach of positive peace, one of the important things is to also focus on one of the pillars that has been damaged the most, which is good relations between neighbors, and to avoid having the conflict being extended and also throughout the years, or perhaps even avoiding having it resurface in the future. I'd say that it's important to work also at the local community level and make sure that dialogue is also happening in the future in between communities from both sides to make sure that the root causes are being addressed, that they are hearing one another, listening to their perspectives as well. And this must be enabled, of course, by, like, again, civil society as well, government as well, when possible, but qualified to make sure that these dialogues are, of course, first of all, respectful and also moderated, and to make sure that these root causes are being addressed and therefore avoid the extension of it in the future or turning to violence.
I also would like today to say a few words about possible scenarios. I am Ukrainian. I said about it before, and I am very subjective with this question. Of course, we need more weapons to finish this war as soon as possible. Every day, at least 200 young people, young Ukrainians, they died at the front, at least 200. It means that our genetic fund, is slowly decreasing. This is one side of this problem. Second side is about our country at whole. Every day we have a lot of bomb attacks from different sides, from the side of Crimea, from the side of Belarus, from the side of Russia, and our army tries to do all the best, but sometimes these bombs, they attack civil infrastructure, and additionally civilians die every day. I thought before what I should say here. It's difficult to say something. I wanted this war finished as soon as possible, but I would ask you to imagine a piece of paper like this one, for example, 1 by 1 size centimeter. Imagine, take a pen and try to write down all things which are important for your life. This is your bag you can take from your home, and you understand that maybe you never come back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Looking in the audience as well, if there are any questions with this. I know Abhilash wrote a question in the chat, but I think for now we're still on the first discussion. Yeah.
It's not very much, well, it's a bit of a question, but I feel like it can't really be answered. It's more like a sentiment, but
1 second.
I just feel like, and this is the same question I had months ago, I guess, when it started. I just feel like it is at this point we are almost impossible to imagine how winning this war or losing this war would look like. For me, it's just not something that is very easy to be answered. And coming also back to the question of like ending this war peacefully as quickly as possible, I think also this is kind of what was in the talks, it is probably at this point not possible to do it without violence anymore. And I feel like in most of the things, like violence is kind of the thing that is probably needed right now. And it is very hard for me to imagine when you use the violence, what comes after that. How can you then rebuild like positive peace again, if before you had to use your violence to protect yourself or to protect your ideas from the other side? So yeah, this is maybe not a real question. It's just something that is on my mind, and I feel like there's no answer. So maybe someone has something to say to that.
Thanks for your question, and I really understand your statement. But when we also look at it in the long term, wars, they create much more damage in the long term than creating a temporary solution, because of course they can either resurface again, and of course the damage to people, it's already detrimental, and it's happening. Not only that, of course, the tensions will arise, they will become root causes to future issues in the future, but now also taking into account, for example, like the economic impact of a war can have on a society, it would also be very high. I mean, the infrastructure that can be lost, jobs, and also, for example, even losing people would also mean that the productivity in the country in the future would also be limited, depending on the amount of, the impact of the war, of course. So taking also this into consideration in the long term, from what we have seen at the Institute for Economics and Peace, it creates more damage, more economic repercussions, and of course leads these countries also that to, again, get involved into this vicious cycle in which they will face, again, conflict, again, if it's not being directed into a different way. So I think that would be a short answer to this. Hopefully it helps a bit, because it was indeed difficult.
Yeah.
Maybe my English not very good, but I won't change our whole emotion, because everybody knows war is bad. Nobody cannot say this is good, not impossible, yes? But I don't want to tell about war. I don't want to think about war, really. I don't think about future, about happy together future, in good peace. Really, I didn't want to leave Kiev when war started. We stay in Kiev, we work in Kiev, it's not big problem. But in February, I got letter from Angela from Eberswalde. In this letter, I wrote about our friend in Eberswalde and questions, what we can help for you. It was very big help for us. But when we have later, we proposed to go to Eberswalde, it was a very, very big help for only for me and my family, and for my student, for my university. I think I cannot go to attack, I cannot bring weapon, and I don't understand how I work with this place. I like peace, I like nature, but I'm sure that everybody in Ukraine, in Germany, in Mexico, in all countries must stay in their place and do more different things which we can do. And really good idea to organize this seminar, really good idea, because youth, student, and a teacher, research, this a person who can change this place, this planet. Only education, only scientific can change situation which now is in Ukraine and other country. It's it's opposite between good and bad, and only education, only scientifics, only situation as now is in Eberswalde in German, and all people can't help. We very grateful, very grateful to Angela, which write us, Professor Idish, who find opportunity for us, Nadine, and very many students, Kara. I don't understand all students which want to do something, some little thing for us, and this little thing build big building our friendship, our new opportunity. And now you can help us find our place in this independent peace. We don't want to come back in Russia. We don't want to come back in Soviet Union in real situation. We want to be independent. We want to think about nature, about biosphere resource. We want to discuss problems, how we can help our planet. Our planet not big, it's very small. And that's why it's really good opportunity to change situation, not only Ukraine, in all peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I think it also goes back, like we were saying, at the role of civil society and the role of communities also in these moments of crisis is something beautiful to focus on, also in the sense of how many people are trying to help and are doing their way. I noticed a hand from Florian Zollmann, but you took it down, back up. Would you like to address this?
Well, no, I was just looking the question by Johanna, and which links to the overarching question.
Maybe
she asked,
oh yeah, you want to?
I mean, do you think that there are enough efforts taking place to find a solution which would at least minimize violence? Because for me, it feels like sending more weaponry into the conflict area would rather lead to the opposite. And of course, I mean, I don't feel I'm in the position of telling the people in the Ukraine how they, how they should solve this, because I think it's their decision as well in terms of what they do. But I think as someone from the UK and Germany, I can consider what my governments are doing, and I think that's more my responsibility. And I have certainly the feeling that at this stage, and also from what you can see in the media, which is my kind of subject area, that there is at the moment, I think that was something I wanted I talked a bit about in the end of my presentation, that the kind of question about sending just more weapons is not really discussed in relation to where that should end or what should be the purpose of that. So you almost even get the impression the goal would be to defeat Russia comprehensively. And I wonder how that should be possible, because I think whilst we have seen that Russia is not really capable with its military to do serious defeats in the Ukraine, I think on the other hand, people agree that Russia will also not be very easily defeated, and there's also the nuclear threat. So I think it's important to think about negotiations and diplomacy, and that's not my main subject area, but I always found the talks by Anatol Lieven quite telling from the Institute for Responsible Statecraft. And he seems to suggest that Russia's principal demands are quite clear, and that Ukraine's demands and Zelensky's demands, could potentially be aligned if there were serious negotiations. I mean, I don't think there's a time to go into the detail what Lieven said about the specific demands, but he said that diplomacy could bring this together. And I wonder if there's enough effort in terms of German politicians, American and British politicians, who I'm quite sure could have an impact there in terms of getting in that direction. Rather than just talking about more weapons and a potential defeat. So, which I think is rather getting into a more dangerous escalation. So I feel that there should be more discussions along those lines in the media, and maybe pressure on the media and on politics to try to get towards those kind of negotiations, trying to bring those positions, or at least trying to align some of those positions, that there could potentially a withdrawal from Russia I suppose, as part of some negotiations where probably also both sides have to consider what the other side has offered and probably get back and forth. As I understand it, the main issues would be the state of the Donbas and also the Crimea. But Levin claims that that might be solvable, but maybe some of the other colleagues could, maybe Professor Gunther or Dr. Revesz or the colleagues from Ukraine could say something about that. But certainly I think, and then I'll stop, I'm sorry, it gets a bit long, but I certainly think that these kind of negotiations and settlements should be highlighted. And I just remember, I think last week or a couple of weeks ago, there was an Italian proposal for a peace plan, which hardly got any media coverage. And you really wonder why those kind of issues are not really reported, rather than only the weapons and only these kind of discourse, which I think bring us into a spiral of more violence. And as colleagues from Ukraine said, with 200 soldiers dying every day, many civilians dying as well, I don't think that this should be sustained at all, and that there should be a ceasefire soon, maybe along the lines of what Levin said. So I'll stop here, but that's a bit of my contribution here. Thank you.
I think Dr. Revesz, you were next.
Yes, many thanks. I can only agree with that. So I'm very happy to hear that. I wanted to add three aspects. I also believe in talks instead of weapons. Weapons only contribute to escalation, and you don't know where it ends. And once you start escalating things, you don't see. I mean, it's very difficult to stop that. So, and I mean, how do you measure what is the amount of weaponry that is enough? There will not be a point of enough. So, there might come a point where the whole thing strikes back, actually, and we really run into the state of escalation where we run into a nuclear war. So I definitely believe in talks, and I don't really understand why talks since the end of March have not been conducted. Because I haven't heard any reporting of that. I mean, yeah, and there is this extremely biased media environment that is, as Mr. Zollmann is saying, is not very helpful for conducting talks. Second point, we keep talking about Ukraine winning. But maybe it is time to stop daydreaming. So, I mean, we definitely have to be realistic if we want to achieve peace. I mean, you cannot possibly say, yeah, the end. I mean, our goal is to have a NATO member Ukraine and Putin dead. I mean, that's not a starting point. So. Unless we come back to the level of realism, and also it will be very cruel what I'm saying, but also to the level of geopolitical realism. Ukraine will not be able to move to South Africa. Ukraine will remain the exact neighbor of the of Russia. Sorry about the slip of the tongue. So Ukraine will remain where it is, and if I just use what I learned as I was preparing for my diplomatic service. I mean, the goal of diplomacy is to create a stable international environment for my country to prosper. In order to do that, you have to keep in mind where your country is. and who your neighbors are. And you have no choice but talk to your neighbors, even if your neighbors are perceived as bad to you. No other way out, definitely.
Thank you very much. Did you? Yeah, and then we will go to Dr. Gunther. Yeah.
Everybody hear me?
From here, actually.
Okay, colleagues, I a bit skip, I think, part of the conversation, but I can grab the sense discussing about weapon, providing weapon or not. I can only repeat my point, which I expressed during my presentation. There are not two options. There are no three options. One option is Russia winning. Second option, Ukraine winning. And my point, what world will be if Russia will win in this situation? And it won't be reduction of uncertainty. It won't be reduction of threat. It will be increasing of threat. And then we are talking about ceasefire, everybody looking to Ukraine. Why? Why? Ukraine started this war. And again, if it already was expressed by President Zelensky, we will not surrender. Anyways, this means that if Ukraine will lose, Ukraine will disappear as a nation, as a country, and actually you can already see what does it mean if Russia will win. We have these filtration camps, in according to which they filter people, I don't know, by looking on them. Some of them can be killed, some of them can be imprisoned. And then victory of Russia means disappearing of Ukraine as a nation. What is our fault? Because we are located close to the Russia. And actually, again, Ukraine was provided by guarantees also from the side of Russia. We have bilateral agreement where other borders was acknowledged. We have this Budapest memorandum, in accordance to which Great Britain, USA, and Russia providing guarantees for us for territorial integrity, for economic security, and what can we see now? And again, you must understand that this war is not about, I don't know, threats to Russia on the side of NATO. It's about not acknowledging of existence of Ukraine as a separate state, as a nation, as a culture. This means that nations which have about 40 million people must disappear. I cannot accept this. I assume President Zelensky will not accept this. People of Ukraine will not accept this. And again, I have serious doubts if Russia moves forward. This will increase peace. Be sure this will not increase the peace, because appeasing of aggressor always causes even bigger problem. We have this in our historical past, also far past, the recent past World War II. We can remember to what consequences lead to appeasing of aggressor. And especially in this case. And again, you can also look to the night TV show in Russia, and you can look what we are talking about. This is completely about dominating on the other nations. You can see again situation inside of Russian Federation. It's federation, but how indigenous people there are preserved. You can see the structure of Russian army. The biggest source of Russian army is Buryats. Such indigenous people, Buryats, they don't have any school providing education in their native language. Instead of them, they are converting in the monsters, which are fighting for, I don't know for what actually. And the same with our nation inside of Russia. And will we accept this? I don't think this will bring peace for sure. And again, this intermediate scenario, this just means that we will face that even big threat, but in some future, okay, after 2 years, maybe 3 years. I don't know. So this is my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw quite a lot of nodding coming from Dr. Gunther, so would you like to also address this point?
Yeah, I can only agree with the speaker and I think, and to a certain extent disagree with the other speakers, because I think this conflict is not primarily about Crimea and Donbass. This conflict, and I can repeat that just over and over again, this conflict is about Ukrainian statehood, and not only about Ukrainian statehood, but about the statehood of the post-Soviet states in general. And if it would be only about Crimea and Donbass, we would have probably already had a solution back in 2013-14. And Russia was not saturated with these territories, and Russia will not be saturated if we grant them all the territories they captured in the last 3 months. They won't be saturated with that. They will come again in the next years. And the question is, how do we assess the success of a ceasefire, of an armistice? So, and it's the provocative question is Minsk free? Is the Minsk agreement part of the problem or part of the solution? And I rather see it as part of the problem than as part of the solution, because such peace agreements where you pressurize your neighboring states in an illegitimate way, they won't bring peace into the region. And I'm also not so pessimistic about that. Think back about 40 years ago, as Russia invaded Afghanistan, there were also weapon deliveries to Afghan insurgent fighters. And after 10 years of intense fights, they could actually grant Afghan statehood to a very, very unpleasant outlook. You all know about the Taliban regime, so I'm not talking about that. But in the end, the result of this Afghan invasion was the retreat of the Soviet troops and the actually grant of the Afghan state. And I do not see that this is impossible, because also in Russia there are voices beyond Putin and his oligarchic friends, which are very, very skeptical about this invasion. And I think that in a post-Putin era, somehow these Russian claims on territories in Ukraine, Georgia, wherever, they will be negotiated. And it's very, very important to insist on that, in my opinion, from the Western side, to say peace with Russia in any respect will be possible, and we will be happy to do all things. But the condition for any kind of peace talks is the retreat from Russian troops from its neighboring states and the acceptance of their national sovereignty. And I do not think that there is really a possibility to negotiate about it. And I'm very, very skeptical about the German or the French side, if they want to pressurize Ukraine, actually make them to refrain from their own territory, from their own statehood, from their own national culture. And they should not be pressurized in that way. And therefore, I do not see any way of a compromise in that respect, because the genuine Russian war aims, they are not about Crimea, they are not about NATO, they are not about Donbass, they are about dominance over Ukraine and about the annihilation of Ukrainian sovereignty and statehood. I have to put it that clearly, just to make it clear that the Ukrainian colleagues, as far as I understood them, they kind of agreed with me. And we have to see that. And I do not think that a fast peace agreement, a fast ceasefire will help us to really realize this goal, which is, in my respect, really unnegotiable from any point of view, neither from a moralist point of view, nor from a political or ethical point of view.
Thank you. I think this also, you were talking a little bit as well from the German perspective, and we had also a question from the audience about the international role. And this kind of relates also to these questions that we've been talking about, of delivery of weapons. But I think partly the follow-up question is also then, what should be the international community's role? Or what would be your suggestions or recommendations for what countries like Germany, for example, that are highly dependent on Russian oil, but on the outward side supporting Ukraine? What should be the international community's response? And yeah, and Dr. Zollmann, you had also a hand up.
Yeah, just quickly, I just want to say I don't agree with Professor Gunther, or is it Professor or Doctor? I'm sorry. His position. I mean, I still think I think Anatol Lieven has done some really good work about this. If anyone might be interested to read that, but I think we discussed this already. One point I want to make is, if I understood it correctly, that Professor Gunther suggests to put. I'm not sure if you suggest the Afghanistan scenario, but that's exactly the problem. So if you look at what happened, I mean, Afghanistan was basically destroyed after 10 years of the Soviet occupation. And you seem to suggest that delivering the weapons to the Mujahideen, how they were called, that this was helpful. I'm not sure if you suggested that, but it sounded like that. But I'm not sure if that's not a scenario you want for the Ukraine, having a 10-year war with Russia and so on. I'm not sure if maybe I got this wrongly, but I think that's a problem. I think some scholars have mentioned that could it be that the US, for example, had the Afghanistan scenario in mind when they did suggest the weapons deliveries and support for the Ukraine as well, kind of bogging down Russia and the Ukraine with that. But I think that would end in a total disaster for the Ukraine. And I think that's the reason why there is this perspective. Again, Anatol Lieven seems to spearhead that there should be some other solution rather than either Ukraine or Russia wins. So I suppose that's the point I wanted to make. But I mean, I appreciate that there are, of course, differences in opinion, and of course also from our colleagues from Ukraine. But just to me, having looked at Afghanistan as well, I don't think this is a very good outlook, because, as I said, a huge number of casualties in Afghanistan once the Soviet troops retreated after 10 years, and I don't think that's a good scenario here. So that's why I think the best prospect would still be trying to get diplomacy going. And I don't think that I mean, obviously, I'm also totally in total agreement that there should be Russian withdrawal from Ukraine and the state's sovereignty of Ukraine and all of what you said. But I think it can't be denied that there are some demands on both sides which probably will have to be negotiated around. But again, I think that's just real politics, and they might look not very nice, but it's just what I think what the solution is. The other one, I think, is the Afghanistan scenario, and I think that's really problematic, if you ask me. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Gunther, I don't know if you want to directly respond to this. Or...
I just shortly respond. The point I wanted to make with this Afghanistan comparison is not to suggest that this Afghanistan scenario is in any way promising or desirable, but that resistance is not futile. And just taking into account that we were discussing about, I don't know, three months ago that we should not deliver anything to Ukraine, and Ukraine has no chance in resisting Russia, and we see the actual picture. So there is a possibility, and resistance matters, and it makes a big difference if these regions are controlled by Russians or if these regions are not controlled by Russian, because you all know what that means. Actually, you have seen about Bucha, you have seen about Irpin and the other states, and you see really how Russia is kind of introducing the ruble there, denying the hryvnia, bringing in Russian media, prohibiting access to Ukrainian media, giving the people their Russian passports. So this is actually the scenario, and I guess that on the front line, a certain amount of weapon delivery can help the Ukrainians to resist, and also can help to avoid the biggest abuses the Russian side is kind of planning. But this is not an outlook desirable, and I also account to realpolitik in a certain way. And I think that there have to be, of course, also from the Ukrainian side, some critical points for them to make, but this does not lead in the end to the denial of their statehood and making them kind of a satellite state to Russia. And this is actually really a big danger, and this kind of Belarusian scenario, or Kazakh scenario, however you call it, this is really dangerous. And it's not just about Ukraine. Ukraine is just the focus right now. And you probably know about this speech about Peter the Great and Lithuania and these laws they try to introduce now in the Russian Duma, that they want to refrain from Lithuanian independence and stuff like that. Don't know if it's just propaganda or actually do that. But the discourse is not just about Ukraine. The discourse is about the whole post-Soviet sphere. and also about Eastern Europe. And there is a certain point where we have to say, stop, we cannot accept that any longer, at least as long as Putin is still in power. And then maybe a different kind of rationale is developing in Russia as well. I'm very sorry that I have to leave now, but I have an appointment and I'm already in a hurry. So thank you for this discussion. And I'm rereading Anatol Lieven. Thank you for the suggestion. It's not that I do not appreciate what he's writing, and I think this discussion will continue. And thank you. And sorry for not having me further, but thank you for the discussion and the invitation.
Oh, thank you so much for your overtime. So, thank you very much for your contribution. And it's done. Would anyone else like to contribute something? Yes.
Thanks. I'll just contribute very briefly on the issue on the weapon exports as well. From a security perspective, it is also important just to keep in mind that, there must be very efficient regulations on how the weapons are being processed, but also, again, keeping in mind that several of these weapons might end up in hands of criminal organizations in the future. Some of them are already in the black market available. So it's important just to keep this in mind. And we've seen it in other conflicts as well, when this has happened in the past, that, organized crime, emerging terrorist groups get a hold of these weapons in the future. And also, again, the escalation of the war might not only be, for example, right now in Ukraine. It's also important to consider that they might be also mobilized into other parts of the region. We saw this happening in the Balkans, for example. So just wanted to also bring this up into the conversation.
Yeah. Actually, it seems to me now I am feeling what feels our president every day when he has conversations with different people from different countries, I mean politicians. Yes, I agree that dialogue, discussions, conversations are the best way to solve any problems. And this is advice which I always say to my son, that any conflict you should solve basically in a negotiation way. Question to experts we have here, and also maybe to guests who are present here. What is acceptable? What are acceptable results of these negotiations between Ukraine and Russia? We want to come back our historical borders we have after the independence. Russia wants to come back Soviet Union times. What is acceptable result of these negotiations, discussions? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think also Dr. Gunther addressed this a little bit in the sense that he was saying, at least from his perspective, that Ukrainian independence is absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a question from the audience here.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, thank you. My name is Serhiy. I'm from Ukraine. I didn't want to sit here, but now in this discussion, I think that it's a most interesting part of our meeting. A lot of us, a lot of questions here were in touch with our problems, in touch with Donbass region. But nobody says about the history of this region. Why we have the situation in this region? Because in the start of 20th century, the population of this area was mostly Ukrainian and far from Donbass. It's Kuzbas, yeah. It was originally Ukrainian territory, but we don't say about it.
In the start of 20th century, a lot of Ukrainian peoples were died here because we had Holodomor. And if you have a free space, what we had that a lot of Russians were invasion this territory, and that's why we have the situation. Why we don't have the situation in the west part of Ukraine? Because there are mostly original Ukrainians. It's a one point. The second point is there was some presentation about the historical aspects of this conflict, but we start to discuss about the historic issues from the Soviet Union time, but nobody see what was before. Ukraine is one of the most one of the country which were lived usually in this territory. And for example, the first idea of Union of Europe, where was developed? In Ukraine. Do you know about it? It's not happened because the presenter of this idea was died before the monarchs of European were come to our territory. It was in the west part of Ukraine, Lutsk. It was Lubert. It was a Knyaz Lubert. He wanted to establish something like a European Union, but it not happened, unfortunately. Maybe, I don't know. The other point is about the dialogue with Russia. We have to imagine that if we have some conversation, some dialogue with somebody, the opponent has to hear you. We don't see that Russians want to hear us. How we can discuss with them if they don't hear us? They just say, we have our own idea, that's all. The discussion about weapon. Okay, we thank a lot about your support of Ukraine with weapon, but there was a good sentence about when is enough. But nobody asked us about in 19th about what is enough when we gave out our weapon. We were the third army in the war after United States, after Russia, in 19th, after Soviet Union was destroyed. But nobody asked us, when is enough? How many weapons we have to give out for others? Why we have the situation now that we cannot fight? Because we gave our weapon in other side. I want to thank you about the support, not only with weapon, not only like you give us some stuff for our military, for others, but if we are talking about the future, we expect from you that we want to hear two main things from you. The first one is you have to clarify, or you have to say that, okay, Ukrainians are the part of Europe. Is it? Geographically, the center of Europe is in Ukraine. Is it Europe? But not only geographically, we are mentally, we are Europeans. We want to be a European family. That's why we have this situation. They want, I mean Russian, they want to give us back to this side. We say, no, we want to be European family. And we expect to hear some in detail, to clarify that we will be part of European family. It's one position, and the other one is the security of Ukraine in future. Okay, we do not have any other opportunity to develop some other system of security. We have NATO, and we want to be a member of NATO for our future security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think now we are about 20 minutes past the time we were supposed to finish, but I'm quite happy about that. That means there was a very lively discussion, and I want to just give one last moment for the floor if anyone would like to make any closing remarks, but if not, then I would like to say personally thank you to all the speakers for your openness and your willingness to speak on such a difficult topic as well. It's definitely not easy to speak about these things. So I really appreciate you taking the time and also giving us a perspective into your world and also your experiences, and as well to all of our other participants as well coming all the way from Brussels. Wonderful that you're able to be here with us today. And as well, all those online as well, thank you very much for your time. Dr. Revesz and Dr. Zollmann as well. Really wonderful that you're able to join in this hybrid format. It's not always easy with the technical difficulties, but I think it was able to be quite a nice discussion despite it being hybrid. And other than that, we had a few more questions in the chat. I think for now we will end the discussion, but we can also provide an opportunity for some of these questions maybe to be addressed afterwards if you still have some questions for the different people presenting. That should be possible as well. So yes, thank you all very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks a lot. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye.